Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. U.S. Secretary of Education Linda McMahon on Thursday toured a Jackson area school, championing state control of education while advocating for an end to her own department's role in managing K-12 schools. Accompanied by Wyoming Governor Mark Gordon, McMahon's visit came as part of her 50-state Returning Education to the States tour. A department spokesperson told Cowboy State Daily's Jackson Walker that the tour is intended to, quote, empower families and hear from students, teachers, and leaders on best practices in their own communities.
I asked her specifically why she decided to make this move, given that in the U.S., Donald Trump has been very vocal about limiting the power of the Department of Education and instead giving education rights back to the state. She argued that this doesn't represent dismantling the Department of Education, but instead just allowing states to do what they're already doing, which is improving the education of their students. Governor Mark Gordon said he would continue to do what Wyoming does best.
McMahon's plans were to travel to Montana to visit another educational institution on Thursday before departing to attend the funeral of the late political influencer Charlie Kirk. The fatal shooting of a Rock Springs man during a March 12th arrest involving two Wyoming-based U.S. Marshal Service deputies was justified and did not violate federal or state laws. Uintah County's top prosecutor made that determination regarding the shooting of 34-year-old Stephen Sheasley, who died a few minutes after he was shot in the chest by one of the deputy marshals. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the prosecutor's conclusion was based on a DCI investigation into the incident.
This was unique. This one also grappled with a federal crime against depriving people of their rights, willfully depriving people of their rights. And the prosecutor concluded, no, they didn't willfully deprive this man of his Fourth Amendment right against excessive force because they were acting within their duties.
Wyoming self-defense law says that a person may take self-defensive action if the circumstances are such that a reasonable person in his position would believe a real threat is imminent, even if a real threat is not imminent. The California Supreme Court officially ended the drawn-out legal battle holding up development of an export terminal in West Oakland on Wednesday, refusing to hear the city of Oakland's appeal and effectively paving the way forward for the project. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that coal producers in Wyoming are watching this project closely because it could offer access to Asian markets.
The California Supreme Court has refused to hear the case brought by the city of Oakland on appeal, trying to reverse lower court decisions that have paved the way for this coal export facility to proceed in West Oakland. Word came down on Wednesday, and folks in Wyoming were listening. The political fight probably isn't over, but logistically speaking, the developers can now proceed with getting this coal port, and it's not just a coal port, I'd say, with getting this commodities shipping facility up and running.
One of the project's developers, Phil Tagami, estimated there's around 2.5 years worth of permitting and other work ahead, but the first cargo ship could leave the new Oakland port sometime in 2028. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Wyoming families face big challenges and big opportunities. That's why Wyoming Family Alliance is hosting the 4th annual Wyoming Family Policy Summit on September 26th and 27th in Cheyenne. The summit opens Friday night with a gala featuring Congresswoman Harriet Hageman. On Saturday, state and national policy leaders will address pressing family issues such as parental rights, DEI in schools, and more. Reserve your seat today at wyomingfamily.org. That's wyomingfamily.org.
A grisly crash involving at least 2 semi-trailers has left at least 1 person dead, another seriously hurt, and the eastbound lanes of I-80 between Laramie and Rollins closed for hours Thursday afternoon. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports that the Wyoming Highway Patrol reported the crash near Arlington shortly before noon, and that I-80 eastbound was expected to be closed for around 6 hours.
We still don't know much about what caused these two semis to collide. We don't know how the collision happened, whether one was parked on the side. It's interesting looking at the photo that both front ends seem pretty much obliterated. There's debris all over the road, and it took a good 4 hours, maybe 4.5, to really get it off of the road. They got it opened within their timeline.
What may have caused the crash wasn't initially reported, but the Highway Patrol's investigation is ongoing. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Good morning. It must be Saturday. It's Cowboy State Daily Radio. If it's not Jake, it's your buddy Bags here in the morning. Ooh, I can hear it in my voice. My wife and I were up in the mountains, and I'm going to bring Brad in on this conversation here. We were up in the mountains, and it got cold. It hailed on us, and now it sounds like I got a little bit of the frog in the voice. Brad Boder. I just hit another music item there. This is called Happy Country, our little music bed here. That's especially for you, Brad Boder. Hang on a second, my friend. I'm going to do a little weather here and clear my throat.
Good morning.
Good morning. Hang on a sec. Don day weather. The Wyoming forecast, mostly sunny in much of Wyoming today with clouds and a chance of rain in a few areas. Highs near 70 to the low 80s and lows from the low 40s to the mid 50s. Run around the state a little bit. You better look outside, Brad. I'm going to have you do the weather for us where you are between Glen Rock and Douglas, right?
Yeah, it's going to be beautiful here this morning.
You betcha. Hang on a second here. Let's see. I've got Casper, mostly sunny today with a high near 80. Right now it's 52 degrees there, and that's the central part of the state. In the southwest, Evanston, a chance of rain. Afternoon, mostly cloudy after that. Then Jackson in the northwest, mostly sunny and breezy today with a high near 75. Gusty winds in Jackson, 21 miles per hour or more. 34 degrees right now. And Cody, mostly sunny today with a high near 79. Clear overnight with lows 54. I'm headed over to Cody next week. And let's see here in the north central part of the state. Sheridan, Wyoming, where I'm sitting in the Bag Studio. Mostly sunny today with a high near 81 and mostly clear overnight. And a low near 47. It's 48 right now. And clear skies, Gillette 52. Torrington, good morning. Mostly sunny today with a high near 82. And right now 52 degrees. Cheyenne, 59 degrees, partly sunny today. And I always mention Bags, Wyoming, Brad, for obvious reasons.
I wonder why.
And then I post the Welcome to Bags sign on my website. I don't know. I hope they're okay with that association down there in Bags. I do have a dollar bill stuck up on a wall or on a roof or ceiling somewhere at a bar in Bags that says Bags was here. So I don't know if they appreciate that or not, that kind of association. Brad, I don't know if you knew this. We're going to get to you and your qualifications for this interview. I've done some research on you, pal. Holy crap. You need a
I don't know
break.
what you're going to do for the next 57 minutes after that.
Well, real quick, because I want to mention this. You know, I loves the foosball, football. And congratulations to the Sheridan Bronx. Coach Mowry and the boys have extended their winning streak now to 48 games. They, the Thunderbird, Cheyenne
Right.
East, came to play last night, and it was the final was 27-20. So it felt like hope. Hang on 1 second here. Looks like my camera. You're much bigger and handsome, more handsome in the video. I'm going to fix that. Hang on, my friend. This is your buddy Bags, who's also the technical producer for the show. As my regular viewers know, it's sometimes a challenge. But Yeah. So then let's see. So do you cheer for Douglas or Glenrock or both?
Oh no, I'm a herder all the way.
Yeah.
I'm
Okay.
a Glenrock alum,
I
and
knew that.
of course, back in the day, Glenrock and Douglas had big rivalry. So no,
Yeah.
I bleed purple.
All right. Well, let's see how Glenrock did here. Oh, come on. Here we go. Why don't I just get through here? Bighorn. The Rams beat Newcastle 60-22. Lovell over Lyman. Pinedale over Warland. Moorcroft beat the Eagles of Tongue River. Yeah, there it is. Burns. Oh, crap. The Herders lost to Burns 24-6. Okay, but again, so the number one longest high school football winning streak in the nation is 68 straight games. A school in Ohio, it's called Marion Local, is the name of the school, and they've won 68 straight. So they're number one, and I don't know, but the Sheridan Broncs were fourth when the season started with the longest winning streak in the nation when they started. They're now at 48 straight games. And we had Coach Mowry on the show. Oh, it's been a month or two now since, and I just went like, is it the water? I mean, what's going on? I mean, that water, it is good water in the Little Goose, Big Goose, where it converges here in Sheridan to form the Goose. I'm going to give that, because Bighorn is tough too, and they drink out of the same creeks. So it's the water up here in Bighorn Mountain Country.
I think there's a little culture involved there too, maybe.
Oh, man, they do. I live right here. If I open this window and turn this camera around, you can see the high school. That's where I live. And I will tell you this, my friend, they're not winging it. They are up early, and they're working hard. So I had some family in town a month or so ago, and we're up in the Bighorns at about 8,000, 9,000 feet. And there was a campground there that we used to camp during hunting season when we didn't live here. We'd come up. And there's the Broncs doing their summer camp and working out. So I pulled up, and Coach Mowry recognized me because he had been on the show relatively recent to that. And he came up, I said, because I yelled out the window, "Go Broncs!" And he walks up, sees me, and I said, "Oh my gosh," because the group that was next to the road, I said, "Man, you guys are going to be big this year." And I said, "Are those your linemen? Are they working out?" He goes, "No, those are my receivers." They have 24 seniors this year.
That's crazy.
They just keep reloading. I mean, it's going to be interesting now. Okay, Brad, we are coming to you. We are full transparency here. We've known each other for 40 some years. Yeah. Yikes.
College days.
Yeah, you.
That was just a couple of years ago.
Yeah, you look good. We're around the same age. I don't know if something's wrong with my camera or this Zoom, but you look good this morning, my friend. God bless you.
I got a little puffy eye syndrome going on. We weaned bull calves yesterday and drive around the sagebrush on the 4-wheeler. It gets a little pollen going, and I got a little allergy thing going on this morning. So
well, that just makes sense that you're allergic to sagebrush and you're a rancher in Wyoming. Yeah, okay.
That's right.
Yeah.
The good Lord plants these things.
Who is your guidance counselor? No, I'm joking. I'm going to do this. You might want to plug your ears because it's very complimentary. First of all, I should mention I check in regularly on this little show on a Saturday morning. Your buddy Bags, a.k.a. John Baggett. And, Brad, I told my listeners before I use Bags because my dad's here in Sheridan, and he's John Baggett. And right after I started the show, he came up to me and said, son, the gentleman at Walmart, I told him my name, and he said he heard me on the radio. So I don't know. I don't know if I should be confused. I say, okay, Dad, I'll just tell people to call me Bags. Everybody else does. All right, here we go. Take a breath. You've served as the Wyoming Wool Growers Association president. That's a start. Wyoming Angus Association president. ASI Regional Director for Region 7. I guess that's us, Region 7, correct?
Yep.
ASI Wool Council Chairman and Mountain States Lamb Cooperative Chairman. In addition, if I miss one or two, or if one of these is incorrect, help me out. In addition, you've been a member of the ASI Let's Grow Committee, ASI Lamb Council, Wyoming Animal Damage Control Board, Converse County Conservation District, and Mountain States Rosen. What's that?
It was a meat company that we owned as a cooperative in New York.
Yeah, and so the ASI, for, as you know, with very little experience in agriculture, and there might be a few out there too, ASI is American Sheep Industry.
Correct.
Boom. Okay, Brad, sounds like you need a vacation. I mean, you've been working hard.
It keeps me out of trouble most days, Bags.
Yeah, well, you're interesting to me, Brad. First of all, what are you, about 6'5", 6'6"?
Yeah, 4 or 5. I shrink. I think I'm shrinking. I don't know.
I have too. I used to be a little over 6'3", like 6'3 and a quarter, and now I have to press up and pull to be 6'3". So I've lost a quarter inch somewhere. So what happens to us, pal?
I know.
Here, so tell me, first of all, I just want to, a little bit about you and ranching. Then I'm going to get into this because you're unique in that you're ranching cattle and sheep, and I learned that not too long ago. But been out to your place, and so a little bit about you, your family. How long have you been in the ranching business? Your family, and was it handed down to you? What's the legacy there?
So I'm the 5th generation to be a rancher in Converse County, Wyoming. So I've had a lot of help from my forefathers, and greatly appreciate that. Try to stand up to that legacy every day, and it's an honor, and that's what these multi-generation ranches do in Wyoming. It's that we don't, we're just here for our time, and our only goal is to pass it on to the next generation better than how we found it. And so that's what we get up and try to do every day. And it's not unique to me or Wyoming. It happens all over the West. These multi-generation ranches just keep going and going. And so it's just who we are.
Well, and I do want to talk about that. In fact, it's one of my topics with you is that legacy. I read an article, and I did talk to a gentleman not nearly as credible as you recently by the name of Rick Grant. Morning, Rick.
Listen to that interview. It was really good.
It was.
Really,
he's a stallion. And he's very knowledgeable. But, man, I could have killed 2 birds with one stone and had you, because he was talking about cattle ranching. And I thought, I'm going to talk to Brad about sheep ranching. And then I remembered that you do the combination of the two. Anyway, I talked to him about this article that I had read that because of the, partly due to the fact that cattle and sheep prices on the hoof are up significantly in some cases. And so as a result of that, some ranchers see this as the opportunity to retire or to sell out at a good time for them to make a good profit. In some, absolutely some need to do that and want to do that, and God bless them if that's what they want to do. But it raises the question about legacy and how do we keep the family ranch, the family farm, here and available. They just had another Farm Aid concert, or it's coming up, one of the two. I might have seen a promo for it. But anyway, it is a concern, and we'll get into that here in a little bit. But it's a family legacy. Brad Boner from Glen Rock, Wyoming, and ranching both sheep and cattle. And why would you do both? What's the advantage to running sheep and cattle?
So in particular in eastern Wyoming and also some all throughout Wyoming, actually, they're both ruminant animals, which means they each have, I'll get into the weeds here, 4 stomachs, so they can digest this roughage, this grass and browse and stuff that we have really well and can thrive on it. But they eat different stuff, and it's by their physical biology. Sheep have a smaller mouth. They're able to get into tighter places with, as they graze. So they eat a lot more of the fine stuff, the pops off of the sagebrush, and leaves off of sagebrush, whereas cattle are more straight grass raisers. They will eat brush, but by and large they eat. So what ends up happening by using both, we figure we can run about 20% more animal units with the two together because they're eating different things out there. And so, over the years, and as we all know about ag, the margins are slim, and we try to take every opportunity we can to be profitable. And that's what my family's done for years. So generations, actually. So,
I wasn't aware of that. We'll talk a little bit too about your bull sale that you had. I was aware that you were herding sheep, just with our few rendezvous here and there, mostly at brandings.
Yep.
So when I do this, part of this gig, Brad, is I learn a lot. So, I assumed that there might be an advantage to having both. What percent of your business and your operation is one or the other?
We're currently, we've been as high as 60%, 65% sheep and 35-40% cows. We're currently going about 50-50. 50% of our animal units are cows and 50% of our animal units are sheep.
Is there a reason for that?
It's just kind of developed that way over the last few years. I think luck is a wonderful thing. We've always kind of, because we've had the luxury of both species, tried to play the two markets against each other, take some volatility out of our revenue stream from our marketings. So we've been kind of contemplating this surge in the cattle market, and the sheep market isn't as good or the lamb market isn't as good right now as the cattle market. Not even close, actually. But so it all's good. The two seem to be coincide together and kind of take out the highs and the lows that we experience in ag somewhat, and tend to be opposite of each other in their pricing structure. So
I do want to get into the markets a little bit, and we talk about the prices and where that's gone and what that means to you and your industry. But we got to do a break here. It is the business of radio, so hang on for me. That's Brad Boner, former president of the American sheep industry. Are you some kind of royalty right now? I think your reign as the president recently expired.
It did, but I'm still on the board as the immediate past president. Yeah.
The board of the American sheep industry.
Yeah, the executive board, yeah.
Got it. Okay. It is 6:23, Saturday morning, September 20th, with your buddy Bags, John Baggett in Sheridan, Wyoming, Brad Boner in Glen Rock-ish, Wyoming, and we'll be back here on Cowboy State Daily Radio. Good morning.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in Du Bois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean into our everyday lives. Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Gracie and Pedro might not get along so well.
They're standing on my tail.
But there's one thing they agree on. There's a right seat for everyone.
Oh, that's the good stuff.
Whether you're a dog,
Hold on, Pooch.
a cat, a fish, or a rat.
And I'm a ferret.
Be sure to travel safe.
How can you be so sure?
I'm absolutely positive.
On your next adventure, make sure your children are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the right seat.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because some people at school have noticed changes going on with you, and we're concerned.
Like what? Who?
Some of your friends, teachers. It sounds like you've lost interest in a lot of things lately. You're hanging with new friends.
So,
individually, maybe those things are no big deal, but taken together, and then the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We just want to understand better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we just want to make sure you understand the negative consequences for someone your age, the physical and mental health effects, the poor decision making, and the confusing legal aspects these days. So what do you say? Can we talk?
For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Come on! Go, Diane! Yeah, keep it going! Yeah! Go, honey!
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane! Woo! You got this!
Hey, welcome back, Cowboy State Daily Radio. It's John Baggett in Sheridan, Wyoming. Yeah, you can call me Bags. Don-day weather says mostly sunny, much of Wyoming today, with clouds and a chance for rain in a few areas this afternoon. Highs near 70 to low 80s and lows from the low 40s to the mid 50s. But right now in Sheridan, where I'm sitting, it's 48 degrees under mostly clear skies as the sun begins to appear. It's getting up there later in the day, Brad. Here it comes. Boy. We can talk about that for a whole hour, you and I, the weather and its impact on what you do every day. One of the reasons I have experts in the field of agriculture on is it's 6 o'clock in the morning because you guys get up early. We have a little bit of that in common. I have old radio guy, morning show radio. I still struggle to sleep in to this day. If it hits 6:15 in the morning, that means I took a nap the day before and stayed up till midnight and then made it to 6:15 in the morning. But for this show, I get up about 4, start looking at the weather and what happened overnight and how the Bronx do, how the Bighorn Rams do, how the Tongue River Eagles do, how the Wheatland Bulldogs do. Wheatland lost, by the way. In overtime. Yeah, come on, Bulldogs. Anyway, that's where I went to high school, as you know, but maybe some of my listeners don't. And we have many friends in common because of that connection. So, all right, we're talking to Brad Boner, past president and current board member of the American Sheep Industry. Also, in the past, he's been part of the Wyoming Angus Association, sheep herder, cattle herder, cowboy. I've seen you on a horse. I've seen you rope. That's why I was talking earlier about how big you are. I mean, what is that? A draft horse that you ride? I mean, oh my God.
You got to feel sorry for him, the horse. It's probably not fair, but it is what it is. So, yeah.
Well, hey, your buddy Bags, we have a few horses, or at least we have access to many more where we are here. And one of our horses, Gunner, is big enough to truck your buddy Bags around, but I don't think he likes it at all. He stepped on my foot one time. I got a Cowboy here, so I'm going to just go there. We all know, I mean, you don't even have to be, you don't even need to have ever seen a horse, knowing that when you get up close to its head and you've got a hold of him, watch out where his hoofs are going. And this was just last summer, and he took one little step, and he was on my boot, and as the rules go, don't try to pull it out. So I was having a conversation with him, maybe literally, because his head's here, his eyeball's here, and I'm saying, Gunner, please step back.
Get off my
please.
Foot.
And so he was ignoring me, like a lot of people do, and I had to get my shoulder into his neck, and finally he stepped off, and it was not pretty. He said bye-bye to that big toe nail, and whatever. So, all right, everybody's grossed out. There goes your breakfast, whatever.
Your breakfast.
But I want to talk about first sheep, and then I want to get into the markets, because that's a national, if not an international story right now, is the markets for beef primarily, as you indicated, and now I'm going to learn that though maybe sheep prices are up some, they're not in that realm where beef prices are, correct?
That's correct, yes.
All right. Well, so do you ranch, are you primarily ranching sheep for, like, mutton, lamb chops, food, or is there wool involved? And so are you in that market too?
Yeah, both wool and we most sheep producers, well, it's changed. There's a dynamic going on in the sheep industry, but that's changing a little bit. But yeah, in the Intermountain West, a lot of wool, dual purpose breed meat and wool both. So we sell lamb and have been deeply involved in the lamb market business for a long time, and then also utilize the wool off of the sheep. Many times ours will go into the chains to make military uniforms out of
right.
With the wool. Yeah, there's such thing called the Berry Amendment that the military needs to source their materials from U.S. Producers and manufacturers when they can, and so a lot of especially in the Intermountain West, a lot of the wool produced in the Intermountain West goes to the military.
Yeah, you really have to pay attention to where those markets are for your products. That's for sure. Now, I love lamb. Love it, love it, love it. Deb, on the other hand, Deborah, the bag lady, no, she's not a fan. And I think I blame her dad, Rod. He's one of my best friends, so I could do this. I think that he fed his family mutton growing up. In fact, I'm sure of it. And, it wasn't like a French restaurant style of serving mutton. So I think that's kind of spoiled Deb, because Deb doesn't make it. And Deb is an incredibly good cook. And if I stood up, I could show you. She really is. She studies it. She practices it. And she's very, very good at it. But I can't talk her into lamb chops. So every time we go to a restaurant, I start to see a good restaurant that has lamb. So I can, take care of that Jones that I have for lamb. I really do like it. And I do like, I don't know what you call it a lamb, not a chop, but a knuckle or
rack.
Rack.
The rack or
Yeah, all the above. So I love that stuff. But anyway, reason I was bringing up that aspect because I think at one point in time you were in the package business with lamb. Are you still involved with that? Packaging?
no, we're not. We're not. But we did for 20 years. We were involved in a cooperative of mostly Intermountain West producers that owned a meat company in the Bronx, New York, and distributed our product nationwide. And then for a time owned the packing plant in Greeley and processed there. And initially, we just did a toll processing there in Greeley, but then ended up purchasing that facility for a while. And but no, we're not doing that anymore.
So is it then shifted back to the typical the standard way? Then at some point you are trucking and sending package or to a slaughterhouse. In other words, and where is that?
So it varies. At the moment, we typically ship our lambs, and we'll wing them next week, and then ship them out the first couple weeks in October, middle of October. But they'll go on feed for 3 to 4 months, depending on what kind of ration they get, and then they'll probably end up either being slaughtered in Brush, Colorado, or San Angelo, Texas, or Detroit, Michigan. Or Denver, Colorado. Those are the main places. So
Detroit, that's interesting. So they're at some point they're getting on a train car, right, to get there, or do they truck them there too?
Truck them, yeah, they truck them there.
Okay. Well, you took one of my questions from me. One of the questions is, where are we in that process? Here we are in mid-September, and I assume that we've been fattening up the sheep up to this point. So did you already tell us that you're at the point where you are shipping your stock to be processed?
Yep, we weaned our bull calves yesterday. We're going to wean lambs next week, and then we'll go back to our commercial cows and the registered cows with heifer calves and wean them first 10 days in October. And it's a relatively busy time for us. Not as busy as the spring, but busy, and we're getting closer to payday. So hey, we're happy about that. So.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I want to get into the prices and so forth here in a little bit, but also I want to talk a little bit too about some of the challenges. And with you, we can kind of compare and contrast the challenges of herding sheep and cattle versus sheep, and the differences there. And earlier you spoke about that they do eat and they feed on different feed, and so it is effective, and it helps to maybe keep the land from being overgrazed if you don't have the same critters eating the same stuff in the same places. But they're sheep are smaller, so we have had. I'm going to start with drought and what kind of season you just had. So because of Don Day and our regular weather forecast, I kind of keep track of where we've had an incredibly wet late summer, early fall. As I mentioned earlier, we got hailed on 3 times in a week. It poured rain on us up in the Bighorns. It's still green in areas up here. And then I could see, when I'm looking at that radar, it always seemed like it was north. So if you went to KC, Wyoming, and you started there, you started to see some of these patterns and got a lot of moisture going north. And it seemed like even if it was said 15% chance of rain, it was going to rain in Sheridan or Bighorn or Tongue River, wherever. And but other places just south of us, even this past winter, we be headed down to see our friends in Glen Rock, or we would be headed to the branding and we're driving through snow in the Bighorn Mountain country of Wyoming. That's north central for those of you listening elsewhere, part of the state. And it'd be snowing, and then we'd get to 20 miles out of Buffalo, and it would stop, and it was clear sailing down I-25. So how about you and your operation where you are? Was it a dry season there?
So, Bags, it's maybe the only benefit of our operation is kind of spread out all over northern Commerce County in places. Maybe the only benefit of that is in these years when you live and die by thunderstorms, we increase our odds of somewhere it's raining. And that's kind of how this summer went. We started out at Glen Rock, real good wet, and the other places in north and eastern Converse County were dry. That switched, and Glen Rock dried out, and then we got north of Douglas. We hit rain, just very timely rains, and it was a tremendous year out there for us. Our bull calves that we just weaned are 30 pounds over our average weight, so it's been a really good year that way. So there, and then east of Douglas was just kind of average. Maybe even a 10 on the dry side. So the concern, and we just had a great rain last week. So hopefully this is changing, but no subsoil moisture, nothing in the bank, so to speak. And so that's always concerning as we move into the fall and winter.
Didn't really fill up all those reservoirs, but you had that consistent. That's what we had here. Very consistent moisture. It didn't seem like 3 days would go by that we didn't get a front through the north central part of Wyoming. The other, so with prices up and so forth, I'm really curious about operation costs. We do see fuel prices for us, regular folks, going down a little bit. They talk about it nationally, like, wow, look at fuel prices. Well, we're waiting for it to hit here in Wyoming, at least good old, 10% ethanol gasoline that goes in the family grocery grabbing family wagon. But how about you in operations and fuel costs this year? Was it up? Was it down? Is it predictable?
This year was a little more predictable. Post-COVID, as we all know, we've all experienced, probably a 30% increase in our total costs over that span of time. Our feed costs are higher. Everything you do in town is higher, and so yeah, it takes more to make the two ends meet in the middle, and I think that's no small business that's not unique to any small business in Wyoming. Everybody's experiencing that. So
the with the fact that the prices are up a little bit here and there, is this a time when you kind of reinvest in the operation? Maybe upgrade some equipment, get maybe add somebody on, a new hand or something. Is there things that these prices give you some opportunities?
Yeah, we'll look at some, serious equipment needs. You don't want to get too crazy even in that as well, because as I've learned from my great mentoring in my past, that pendulum swings just as far back the other way as it swings this way. So
Sure.
We better hang on. And so you want to have some of that left over for the rainy day fund, because it's coming. And so, yeah, we'll look at some of the most important equipment needs we have, and as a time to help with that. Labor will be the same, but yeah, some fencing equipment, maybe some things that you'll need in the future. This is a good time to put those in inventory.
You bet. All right. Well, we come back again. We'll talk about prices and so forth. And I don't need, boom, this isn't an ag show, so it doesn't have to be precise. We're talking generally about the prices and what that means and some other aspects of your business. This is Brad Boner. He's the past president of the American Sheep Industry and a current board member. Also, uniquely, I think, maybe there's more than I know, but you're the only one I know who herds sheep and cattle. And so we're talking to him here at 6:44 in the morning on Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags. Back in a flash. Stay tuned.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio
There are
Network.
so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
In today's digital world, it's hard to know who to trust. Your local TV and radio stations bring you the facts. Misinformation and deep fakes flood social media, but broadcasters deliver verified and accurate news. For news, emergency updates, sports, and entertainment, turn to your local stations. Text TV to 52886 and urge Congress to support the vital local journalism broadcasters provide.
Did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
Breathe. Love what you do and you've already won, my parents used to say. My parents whose smiles were my first finish line, who championed respect, whose resilience built mine. Even more than I wanted a gold medal, I wanted a heart of gold, like the mentors who were my balance beams, refusing to let me down, and the coaches who spoke out to anything out of bounds, heroes who never stood on podiums, but stood up for me. Every shot I made, give the assist to those who since my youth were referees, ready to blow the whistle and end abuse.
Hey, welcome back to Cowboy State Daily Radio on a Saturday with John Baggett, your buddy Bags, live from Sheridan, Wyoming. Buddy Bags Studio is what I'm calling this thing. I'm going to put up, let's see what we got here. There we go. There's some sheep. Before we get back to Brad, I've got, for some of our audience that's streaming, you can see us and you can see the photos. If you're listening to us on one of our broadcast stations and can't see it, you can always go to our website, CowboyStateDailyRadio.com, and we archive all the shows, so you can go in there and whatever you miss. I mean, I have 4 hours of this. It's like 4 podcasts back to back. But up on the screen right now, I have a photo of you, Brad, feeding sheep in the snow. So just so you know, I don't know if you can see it. Could you see it there at your place? You will.
Can.
I'll send you the link to the show today so you can see what I'm seeing and how good you look in the Zoom room.
Yeah.
Wow. You know, that face for radio joke that I hate?
Exactly.
Been hearing
Zoom.
it for 44 years.
I know Zoom messed that all up, didn't
Zoom. Oh, you're kidding me. I remember the first time, this is right before I left Denver Radio, they just started putting live cameras in the studio while we were doing our shows. And all us ugly radio guys were like, oh, it's the thing now. There's this thing called streaming and Wi-Fi and the internet, and we got to get involved in that because we don't want radio to go away, and we've got to save it. And I was like, how does them seeing what I look like going to save radio? I don't get it, and I don't buy it. But that's another industry and another topic on another day. And I've got plenty of complaints after 44 years. And maybe one of yours would be that picture I just saw of you, probably about 6:15 in the morning, wind blowing, because I could see how the little tiny drifts next to the sagebrush. I know what kind of day that was, but you're out there. And I got to say this to you. I've said it to Rick Grant, who is a very good friend of mine and spent a lot of time with, and I get a lot of feedback. It's one of the reasons I try to focus regularly on agriculture, some aspect of it. But man, you guys work hard and you work a lot, and you feed a nation. And so there's a big fat thank you in there somewhere, Brad, for as hard as you work. And, man, it doesn't go unnoticed all the time, but it certainly is appreciated. So God bless you, my friend. Okay, so beef prices are up. What about significantly? What about sheep prices? Where in relation are they?
They're more in line with a break-even type scenario. Okay. The wool market has really struggled ever since Trump went to war with China. It's about 60% of the U.S. clip always went to China for manufacturing. No different than other places, other things in the U.S. We've done away with our manufacturing capabilities, and so they go to a place where labor is cheaper and get manufactured and come back, and they can do that cheaper than we can do it here. And so that the wool market has struggled in the tariff wars with President Trump, and the lamb market is impacted opposite of that from a lot of imports from Australia. About 70% of the lamb consumed in the U.S. comes from Australia or New Zealand. So
is that right?
And that number is up from 10% 30 years ago. So there's been a huge shift in that, and it's a little problematic, honestly. So
you bet. Well, there's talk about bringing some of this stuff home. Is it just talk at this point?
Well, we'll see. I think we're early in that game. This manufacturing stuff doesn't happen overnight. It takes capital. It takes construction. It takes a whole management team. So we'll see how that goes. I hope it's not just talk. I think our country desperately needs to revive our manufacturing sector for our own good, and let's hope it happens. So,
no question, no doubt. I do think that this I can speak to is out here in the marketplace. There's a general sense that lamb is, welcome that into the usual or normal, menu of items that folks will consider. Is that just my imagination, or do you see that too from your side?
Well, really, COVID was a huge benefit to the lamb industry.
Really?
People got tired of hot dogs and bologna in about the first 10 days of COVID. And so they decided to expand their culinary capabilities and had time to do that. And so lamb was a huge benefactor of that. We had about a 10% increase in consumption during 2020, during the COVID year. And so that was great. Unfortunately, most of that bump in consumption has been swallowed up by imported lamb. But lamb is seeing a slight renaissance, if you will, and throughout the U.S. and we're thankful for that.
Well, you see, with the influx of minorities from places that are more lamb focused with that.
Yes.
Where are your markets? It would seem to be that it would be in places where folks maybe from the Middle East, Africa, other places where I'm assuming are more consumers of lamb.
Yeah, so generally, the metroplexes are a place where most of our lamb ends up because of the diversity of cultures there. But there's a unique thing happening right now in the lamb industry as we're transitioning away from the traditional, harvesting, going to retail, being displayed in retail cases, to a more, we call it an ethnic trade, and that's developed in its whole new delivery system and everything, and that just keeps increasing. We're probably at least 50-50 now of the lamb consumed in this country, the domestic lamb. Half of it's going into this ethnic trade, and it just keeps growing. So that's and they have different wishes in the type of lamb. They want a little smaller lamb. They don't necessarily want them corn fed. So it's been an interesting dynamic that's transpired over the last 5 to 7 years. And I think probably the future tends to lead more towards that ethnic trade than the traditional, packing house trade and retail trade that we know.
Brad, why is it with what you just described with those imports and the competition and some of the tariffs, et cetera, why then the beef prices are doing very well?
Yeah, the beef does have a quota on it. And so when they get to so many pounds of beef in this country imported, there's a tariff rate quota put on beef. And then they're actually experiencing that right now because Brazil has met that quota. And so they're being tariffed, at those rates that are in place. Lamb does not have that. And so, it's until President Trump came in office in January and put the 10% across the board on all countries, there was no tariff on lamb in the U.S., an imported lamb.
I gotcha. Okay, so I did want to get to this. We only have a few minutes left here, my friend, but it was something that I read. I mentioned about the concern about ranchers aging out. Ryan, your son that helps you is
yeah, Braden is my son that's helping me.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay. And so so the family legacy with you, I kind of know how old you are, but you have, I think, this 5-generation family operation. What about that? What about the aging out and how to keep these family ranches and farms in the family?
It's not easy, and the dynamics that exist in today's world, and with the invention of social media, instant gratification seems to be at the top of everybody's list these days, and that is not agriculture. It is long-term, grinded out, so it's not a challenge, but we're fortunate. I mean, both of my brothers have sons back, and we've just been fortunate that way. And I think again, we talked about at the beginning of the program culture with the Sheridan Bronx. There's a culture in ag too that seems to purvey, and sometimes some of those guys that are aging out open up an opportunity for the next generation of some of the generational branches to come in and step in and expand. So it's a mixed issue. So
in the pride that comes along with that, I mean, there's certainly families that have young people. I'm trying to say this diplomatically and not make any derogatory statements about any generation, but there is a description of some of the younger generations that this level of hard work is just not their cup of tea. And I do know how hard you work. Is that your impression? There are exceptions, absolutely. I'm generalizing, but do you think that kind of shift is part of the problem?
I think, I'd say it's less of a problem in ag, but I think, definitely throughout this generation. And again, like you said, you've got to be careful generalizing, because I know some great young people that are phenomenal. Yeah. And so, I think, but yeah, I think social media has tended us to lead, even me in my advanced years. We want our news instantly. We want to know, we knew within minutes of the Charlie Kirk incident, and we all want to know about that. And so it tends us, we want this instant gratification thing. And that brings challenges to us.
You bet. Well, hey, that's all the time we have. It went quick. You were great. A lot of information. I appreciate it. Brad Boner, ladies and gentlemen, thank you. You have a great day. We'll be back after the news here on Cowboy State Daily Radio. Stay tuned.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. Hunters found separated human bones scattered in a remote area near the Sweetwater Guard Station campground earlier this month. The Sublette County Sheriff's Office told Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland that the office responded to the area for a report of human remains discovered by hunters, along with a tent and personal items that appeared to have been in the area for about 5 years.
They know more than they're saying, because they say they found an ID card, but they haven't positively confirmed the identity. What that means is anyone's guess, but they are asking for information from anyone who found bones or personal effects in that area in the past 5 years. And they think that a man essentially died or otherwise ended up there 5 years ago.
The Sublette County Sheriff's Office urges anyone who's visited the Sweetwater Gap area in recent years and possibly encountered bones, camping equipment, or other personal items to contact them. As communities in Wyoming debate whether to allow spent fuel storage as the state's nuclear industry is growing, state legislators on Wednesday heard about how Canada has handled its dilemma of where to put its nuclear waste. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that at a Council of State Governments West conference hosted at Snow King Resort in Jackson Wednesday, Wyoming legislators were among those learning about how Canada was able to identify a nuclear waste site that's in stark contrast to the United States, which has never successfully identified a location for permanent storage.
All the issues that are facing Western lawmakers are distilled down and experts are presented, and it's a time for legislators to kind of go to school. So no surprise that when it's hosted in Wyoming, they start talking about nuclear waste, because that is certainly top of mind with a lot of legislators in Wyoming as the nuclear industry seeks to expand in Wyoming.
Whether or not Wyoming should allow more nuclear waste to be stored in the state continues to divide towns from Rock Springs to Bar None to Gillette. A couple who own remote vacation rental property in the Crandall area of Park County say they haven't had issues with bears for more than 2 decades. But that streak ended last week when a grizzly came onto their property 2 nights in a row. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that on the first night, the bear apparently clawed a little bit at their yurt with guests inside. On the second night, the bear came back for more.
She said they take all the usual precautions. They keep the place clean. They don't do anything dumb that's going to attract bears. And it's paid off. For 24 years, they've had virtually no trouble with bears. Well, last week, a grizzly showed up. It showed up one night when there were people in the yurt and kind of snuffed around the yurt and swatted at it. It seems they found some small claw marks on the outside of the yurt that night. That was the last night the guests were scheduled to stay, and so they left. The night after that, the grizzly came back and really ripped off a whole side of the yurt.
The property owner says they've made repairs to the yurt and will keep it as a vacation rental. The Wyoming Game and Fish Department confirmed that it had trapped and euthanized a bear in the area. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Wyoming families face big challenges and big opportunities. That's why Wyoming Family Alliance is hosting the 4th annual Wyoming Family Policy Summit on September 26th and 27th in Cheyenne. The summit opens Friday night with a gala featuring Congresswoman Harriet Hagman. On Saturday, state and national policy leaders will address pressing family issues such as parental rights, DEI in schools, and more. Reserve your seat today at wyomingfamily.org. That's wyomingfamily.org.
Well, Jay Richard, Wyoming's Pumpkin King, won't be bringing a 2,000-pound pumpkin to the 2025 Wyoming State Championship Weigh-Off and Pumpkin Drop in early October. But his colleague, Chad Kurtenbach, who's growing a pumpkin in his backyard in Lovell, just might. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that Richard, Kurtenbach, and other growers from several states will be bringing giant gourds and the cream of their crop to Worland on October 4th. That will put some weight behind the reputations of the region's biggest and best growers of the season.
Jay Richard has grown some tremendously large pumpkins throughout his career. He has a custom-built greenhouse for growing his pumpkins with temperature control, irrigation systems, but he's had a bad year. Meanwhile, his friend in Lovell has been growing a pumpkin in his backyard, and it's reaching 2,000 pounds. It could cross the 2,000-pound mark before the Wyoming State Championship Weigh-Off and Pumpkin Drop on the 4th of October.
Wyoming's state record for a pumpkin, 2,062 pounds, was set in 2023 by Andy Corbin of Cheyenne. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Hey, welcome back to Cowboy State Daily Radio. With your buddy Bags at 7:05 on Saturday, September 20th. Here in Sheridan, Wyoming, it's 49 degrees under clear skies. Sun's coming up. It's going to be a beautiful day here. The Don Day Wyoming weather forecast. Mostly sunny over much of Wyoming today with clouds and a chance for rain in a few areas. Highs near 70 to the low 80s, and lows from the low 40s to mid 50s. Casper right now, 52 degrees under mostly clear skies. Let's go to the northwest part of the state. Jackson, Wyoming, 35 degrees, mostly clear right now. Going to be sunny and breezy over there today in Jackson. Cody, 59, mostly sunny today. Gillette, 52 for right now, in a high of 78 over in Gillette. Torrington, 52 degrees, mostly sunny for you guys in Torrington, and a high near 82. Wheatland, good morning, Wheatland, 53 degrees under partly cloudy skies, and a high near 80. Cheyenne, 59 degrees, partly sunny today with a high near 76, and mostly cloudy overnight in Cheyenne with a low near 52. Laramie, a slight chance of rain after 3 o'clock this afternoon. Okay, that's a quick jog around the state. Let's head east here into the Zoom room. One of my favorite people, and he knows it. Good morning, Chris Verba, ladies and gentlemen, from the Sheridan Community Land Trust. And you left us a while back. You're right now. Where are you exactly on God's blue planet?
I am in the valley below the Manhattan Mountains. I'm Hoboken, New Jersey.
Hoboken, New Jersey. Good Lord. So have you picked up that Jersey accent yet? Or have you joined the mafia? I mean, all the stereotypes of Jersey.
I mean, I think the stereotype I picked up the most is the Italian deli sandwiches.
Hey,
let me tell you.
I'm half Italian, so go for it, man.
Roast beef and fresh mutts with gravy and roast peppers. That was my meal on Thursday. We got a little place just around the corner that does it all in-house. They roast their own beef.
Yeah.
And, make their own mutts. And it's otherworldly. It's the best sandwich I've ever had.
Wow. It is the real deal. That's, something, and no offense, we have some great places around here in Bighorn Mountain country, but yeah, maybe missed that a little bit. Very ethnic restaurants and so forth in some of those places back east. But then again, you can't look out your window like I am right now and see these beautiful Bighorn Mountains. So
no,
take that.
No.
pal.
No, it's I mean it's all a give and take, right?
You betcha.
And hearing that forecast right there, boy, that just feels like a perfect fall Saturday. So
Yeah,
hopefully
dude.
people get out and have some fun.
Oh man, like I said, you and I were communicating earlier. It's bow hunting season up here, which is, there's some things to take into consideration. They're out there, but it's not like rifle season where it's a little bit more. You need to be on your toes and paying attention. But I always tell people when you're getting out there hiking, even now during bow season, to wear orange or put an orange kerchief on your dog or whatever, even though it would be a really bad shot from a bow hunter to accidentally hit a hiker.
Well, but while it may be bow season for like trophy game, it is the height of bird season on the mountain right now. So like
That's
it's
right.
a great time to go out there, and there's probably a few folk that are listening here that are going to go out and get some grouse today, or at least go walk around looking for them.
Well, I think Waylon, my dog, if he's listening out there, that we do that. We do grouse hunting, pheasant, chucker, quail, etc. That's my favorite hunting is bird hunting, because you could go over a weekend and have just an awesome, great time just working with your dog. And that's why I love it so much. Now, elk or deer hunting, the odds of me getting something are very, very low. I love the challenge of it, but I get skunked many, many years. But I keep trying, and I'm still young enough that I will keep trying. But bird hunting is where it's at for me. I love the training aspect of. I have labs. I've had 5 labs. This is our 5th, named Waylon. And it to me, it's all about that exercise and getting out and working with your dog, and you're never lonely. That's for sure. It's action packed. So that's kind of where I'm at. If I'm not fishing, fly fishing somewhere, I would love to be out bird or maybe even duck hunting. Although duck hunting to me is a little bit more like elk hunting, where the way I do it, old guy, posted up, sitting there waiting, before sunrise, hoping that an elk will walk by, is how I do it. I don't do a whole lot of tracking anymore, and so on. So that's probably why, part of the reason that I'm many times not harvesting, as they say. So I'm an environmentalist hunter.
You're out there for the experience.
Yeah.
And you know what, though, that experience is important because that's how you stay connected with nature in the outdoors. And, whether you're up in the Bighorn Mountains or out here, I can throw a stone into the Hudson River. There's opportunities to get connected with the outdoors. If we don't spend time out in it, it's easy to forget just how incredible our opportunities can be. And
I don't understand folks that could live out here or near areas like yours where there's open space, how you can't take advantage of it. And I do know people like that, that they'll complain about the weather. They move to north central Wyoming, and they're at elevation 4,000 or 5,000 feet, and then they complain that it's cold. But my theory's always been, the way we raised our boys, we got out in it. Man, if we weren't skiing or snowboarding or snowmobiling or just being out in it, winter just barely slows us down. There are times when it's probably not safe to get out there, but otherwise, we've got that cabin up here in the Bighorns. We're always looking for ways to get up there. And something that Deb and I just started getting interested in is snowshoeing, and I'll talk to you about that a little bit. You're probably a good one to go to. But let me reintroduce you. I got off on a tangent there. Chris Verba, and you and I have known each other now for about 6 years.
Yep.
You've been coming on my shows, various shows, broadcast, rock and roll radio, and now podcast style / talk radio. And you are the Sheridan Community Land Trust, and we'll have to describe every time we do this. There's new people tuning in, Chris, so it may seem redundant, but we should explain what SCLT does. And it's unique, and it's interesting, and it's one of my favorite nonprofit organizations, as you know. But you are the marketing and development contractor. Nice title. What is that?
It's the same job I've been doing, except now I'm remote.
Yeah. Well, I understand the marketing, but
I guess, for me, my role is really to be the carnival barker. So here I am Saturday morning at the carnival. And we'll be doing a bit of barking, I suppose.
Yeah, nobody feels sorry for you at 9 a.m. back east. So if you were here, you'd be getting a little bit of sympathy having to get up early with your buddy Bags. But yeah, that's okay. That's
7 a.m. on a Saturday morning isn't necessarily getting up early. That's how you get out. And I mean, like, look, if I were out there today, I would probably be up on the North Tongue right now trying to get in one of those last awesome fall days.
You betcha.
Getting those cutties before that snows in. I might even be up in the wilderness, might still be able to get up to a place like, certainly you could get up to Sherd Lake. You might even be able to get up a little bit farther, go after the Graylings.
You can the forecast that we have coming up. You would absolutely love it, but it is up here in Bighorn Mountain Country. I mean, we're gonna have highs at 80 degrees over the next few days, up there probably 60 degrees. You'll be in a t-shirt out there hiking the Sheridan Community Land Trust trails.
Yeah, so it's absolutely mountain time because, right now the aspens are turning, the mountain's starting to become fall-like. So if you are in the Bighorns area, here's an awesome opportunity for you. Go out to Red Grade Trails. SCLT just completed our latest trail build. It's the Highlander Trail. And so that trail itself is the third trail on Red Grade Trails that got completed this season. And this one is a 0.6 mile trail, so it's not too long, but it's important because it connects our Aspens trailhead that's right there on Red Grade Road to our lower Bear Loop that connects into the upper part of the Red Grade Trail system. So it truly gives you the ability to go from the base of Red Grade all the way up to Bear Gulch. And at the same time, adding this shorter trail in creates the opportunity for people to do several different loops within the trail system. So, most people, myself included, aren't going to necessarily take like a 10-mile hike from the bottom all the way up to the top if you're looping around on trails. But you can get out for a couple of miles for a quick afternoon fun or a morning hike or whatever you want to do, right?
You bet.
So this gives you the opportunity to not have to go out and backtrack around stuff you've already seen that day.
The Highlander Trail opening barbecue, again, I just want to emphasize that because it's open and free to the public. It's Sunday, so a week from tomorrow, from noon to 2. At the Aspens Trailhead. Remind me where that is at Red Grade Trails. The Aspen Trailhead is where from, let's say,
it's in between getting up the top and where our base trailhead and Springs trailheads are at. Okay. So as you're coming around on Red Grade, you have you have that real steep section coming through the burn, and then you get up and you hit that grove of aspen trees right before you take kind of that last turn before you get up to Poverty Flat.
Yep.
We have that trailhead there. It's in its third season there, I believe, at this point. And, of course, that area has been an area that has had some road widening and drainage improvements made to it. And The trailhead's right there. We have several trails now that are coming in and out of it. I'd be remiss if I did not mention big shout out to our friends at Wyoming Pathways, who helped fund this trail and secure funding for it and help coordinate with us on the building. They've also done a lot of great work where they've assisted, of course, this year we had to do a little bit of remediation work and repairs coming out of the elk fire of, this time last fall. In fact, this is the weekend that last fall it started up. And as well as they've been working with us to improve some of the trailhead accessibility and openings, which was part of SCLT's larger work on trying to make trails even more accessible to people. So what we've been doing over the course of the year is assessing our trail systems to try to see places where we can get them more accessible for, say, like adaptive bikes, because some of the trails just simply, while they were built fine for most people, weren't quite as wide as they could be in some spots, like on turns, or the way drains were constructed at the bottom of turns made it a little more challenging for folks with adaptive bikes to be able to get on those trails. So we're going in and making those improvements to the trails gradually over the next few years.
So the Highlander Trail opening, it's a barbecue, hike, bike, walk, and run. Who's running?
If you want, it's come out and do what you want to do. Enjoy the trail how you want to enjoy.
You better find something to chase me if there's running involved, because that's the only time you're going to see me running anymore. The Highlander, it's our new community trail. Built by Sheridan Community Land Trust. You guys are awesome. And that's where I want to do this transition again to explaining Sheridan Community Land Trust, just briefly, my friend, what it is you do there and the benefit it is to our community up here in the north central part of the state in Bighorn Mountain Country.
Well, I mean, right there, it's simply we're expanding recreation opportunities to the outdoors. Gives you opportunities to be connected to nature, get outside in fun and healthy ways, and connect to our incredible, beautiful Bighorn's backyard. Whether you are living there in Sheridan, these are trails that are there for you to access, any day of the year. They're perfect for mornings, afternoons, evenings, long weekends. And then, of course, as we know, throughout so much of Wyoming, we have a beautiful place and people want to come share it with us. And so these are fantastic ways for people coming from out of the area to also be able to get up on the mountain and enjoy it. They serve everyone, right?
And to my fellow Wyomingites throughout the state, now I've lived in Wheatland, then Sheridan. My family moved here in 79, and then Laramie, and then Cheyenne. And there's favorite places throughout this state. But I focus on Sheridan Community Land Trust because I live here, number one. But number two, I just think the philosophy, the format that you guys have is unique. And I'm sure there's other areas of the state that have similar programs like Sheridan Community Land Trust. But the aspect of it that just boggles my mind and so impresses me is this relationship you have with both public and private landowners. So when we get back from this first break, Chris, let's talk about that a little bit. We have before, we have in the past, but I think the folks who are tuning in maybe for the first time will be as impressed with it as I am. So hang around, would you, my friend?
Absolutely.
You betcha. It is 7:23. It's Saturday. I'm here in Sheridan, Wyoming. Your buddy Bags, Chris Verba from Sheridan Community Land Trust, is in the Zoom room. We'll be back after this on Cowboy State Daily Radio. Stay tuned.
From Yellowstone to Devil's Tower, the Bighorn Mountains to the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story, will crow about Crowheart, and yodel over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Canada, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
When you hear the words nonprofit organization, what comes to mind? Is it a place your dog called home before finding you? Is it an organization that supports accessibility? Is it a place that ensures your safety and that of those you love? That protects endangered wildlife and habitats or fights for our most basic needs? It's impossible to show all the ways nonprofit organizations make a difference in our world. One animal, one person, one cause at a time, but it's not impossible to be part of it. When you give what you have to a nonprofit organization that needs what you can give, you help promote, protect, and strengthen the reach of these incredible organizations. The Nonprofit Alliance is here, helping connect people like you to the nonprofits that enrich your life, your community, and the world we share. Reach out to a nonprofit organization that inspires you today to find how you can help make the world a better place.
The challenges our planet's animals are facing sometimes feel a bit heavy.
The animals haven't eaten in a day, 2 days, they haven't drank anything, they're cold, they're dehydrated.
As soon as we started our descent, everywhere I could see was mud. Just absolutely mud.
The country has been in prolonged drought for so long, it was like a tinderbox waiting to go up.
Okay, very heavy. Each of us wants to be part of the solution, and we can be. Remember that there's good happening right now. At home.
All right, we were able to get into your unit, and we have all 4 of your cats. So,
okay.
And around the world. For any animal in any disaster. So let's focus on that, right? Be part of the solution, one rescue at a time. Search ifa.org/disaster ready.
Hey, welcome back to Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags on a Saturday. It is September 20th. Wyoming's going to have mostly clear skies today. Some windy areas, maybe some afternoon showers in a few places around the state. Otherwise, pretty good day to get outside. Back to the Zoom room with my buddy Chris Verba from Sheridan Community Land Trust. Yeah, we were talking about the getting outside this time of year. Boy, I tell you, we just had some friends from Denver here, stayed with us, and the area's just turning. This was this past weekend, up on top. Things probably at about, I don't know, maybe 5,000-6,000 feet. The aspens are starting to take on that great color. But man, it sure is fun to show it off to folks who may not be from around here. As I mentioned, Sheridan Community Land Trust is unique in what it does, and just briefly, this relationship that you have and you and the organization have developed between private landowners. Whose idea was that, and how is it all working out?
Whose idea was that? I guess it would go back to SCLT's founding, and next year we will turn 20. So we came about as an organization from a community needs assessment, where overwhelmingly people responding to the needs studies in Sheridan County said we needed to conserve our open lands and working lands, and we needed to be able to access open space. So, of course, there's a number of ways to be able to do that. And so SCLT was formed as a response to that and began working on ways to be able to conserve our working lands and open lands, as well as be able to work on community access to open space. So in many places that, like on red grade trails, that was developing a trail system that increases that access in an area that people were getting to, but not necessarily in a sustainable or really way that worked well with, creating social trails can be quite a challenge because you wind up spreading invasives and creating erosion problems. So now we're accessing that area of the mountain. Our community is in a much a healthier manner for nature, quite frankly. The other side of that is working with local landowners to conserve their land. So often that means working with folks who want to ensure that their family ranch can continue to be a family ranch for the next generation and the next generation after that. And so we have worked tremendously hard with folks to be able to do exactly that. Our current director of conservation, John Graves, is a rancher himself. He has a bison ranch east of Sheridan. And boy, let me tell you, he's doing a bang up job right now. At this moment in time, we have 8 active easements in some form of the process of development. That's in addition to the other easements, the other conservation easements that folks have worked with us on. Most of these conservation easements do not allow for direct public access. We have worked on one in particular that allows that to happen. Folks can thank the folks who have owned the land around the Soldier Ridge Trail system for that. And that's a particularly special place right there, where we have active ranching happening there alongside public access right on the edge of town.
And it's that's one of our family favorites because it is walking distance from my home. So it is a special place and it's significant. And you have a variety of terrain going from your up high meadow situation right down into, small, tight canyon areas and trees and so forth. Beautiful. And somebody had a great idea putting that together.
Yeah, and I tell you, it continues to be just even more of a valued resource for our community. By the way, we did this summer get a brand new, really cool interpretive bird sign out there at the 1 mile mark on Soldier Ridge Trail, like right at that overlook before you start dropping down. We partnered with Science Kids. We love them. We do a ton of work with Science Kids.
Yeah.
And also Bighorn Audubon Society to create this cool interpretive sign that features 9 commonly found species or commonly observed species out in the Soldier Ridge Trail system. Puts them in an environmental backdrop that looks like the Soldier Ridge Trail system and allows you to learn a few facts about them and try to identify them. It's pretty cool.
Absolutely. Well, like I said, just the coordination between the private and so forth. And then you guys are very good, the team at SCLT, of communicating with hikers and folks that use those trails about respecting that land, respecting that access that is a blessing. I really wanted to, for communities that may not have it, are you aware of other communities that have either their own community land trust operation or here in Wyoming, or maybe we could encourage them and give them contact information about getting one started?
So there are a couple other land trusts in Wyoming. You have the folks over at Jackson Hole They do a lot of work over there, and they've also expanded out over into the Cody area, as well as I think down into the Pinedale area, but I'm not 100% sure on that. And so we would, if they're listening, I could certainly hop in at some point. And you also have kind of your national land trusts, the Nature Conservancy. The Nature Conservancy in Wyoming has done some incredible work, as well as the international organization. You also have other entities like Ducks Unlimited that can do some conservation easements. And then, of course, the Wyoming Stock Growers Land Trust, which might have the most land conserved around the state. They do incredible work, because if you're conserving working land, you are also at the same time conserving habitat for wildlife. That's especially true of our big game, like elk, moose, mule deer, pronghorn, sage grouse. It's absolutely vital that working lands get conserved, because that's where a lot of the largest gains in habitat conservation come from.
Absolutely.
So
Well,
it can't be done without that type of a partnership. And that often does wind up being a public-private partnership in some capacity.
I put up on the screen here the studio line, so that folks who want more information, they can get a hold of me. The number is 307-278-9598, 307-278-9598. And so if I can be a liaison between somebody who's interested in getting something similar started in their community, hooked up with maybe one of the folks at Sheridan Community Land Trust to share some information, I will do that. So feel free. You can also leave a voice message there on that 307-278-9598 number. Talking with my good friend and the director, marketing and development contractor at Sheridan Community Land Trust. Now, when I told you I wanted to get you on the show again and talk about what's new with SCLT, I've got some good information back and some things that you guys are doing that is unique. And one of them that caught my attention is this virtual fencing pilot. I mean, how could I not? Virtual fencing pilot. Explain that to me and therefore our listeners.
Well, let me start. When you hear virtual fencing, what's the first thing you think?
Virtual fencing, I don't know, something that you can see that stops you. I don't know, like maybe your dog's collar or something. You know what I mean? If they get too far,
you're onto it. Okay. You're onto it right there. So this virtual fencing, this is an incredibly cool project. We are piloting it here in the Bighorns. And so these are GPS enabled collars that the cattle wear, and that GPS enabled collar works with a signal that's provided on a little tower. And so what you as the rancher do is you go in and set up your fence digitally. You essentially put in GPS coordinates that set, here's where your pasture is going to be, or here's where your fences are going to be. And that GPS tower kind of buzzes the cattle a little bit and lets them know, sends them a signal that they pretty quickly figure out, like, hey, stay away from that. Yeah. And so what it does is it allows you to be able to exclude sensitive places, like, riparian areas, rather than having your herd all up and down an area. It's much easier to cordon an area off and give them narrower access. you can also do that in areas where, hey, we need to let that little bit of pasture rest a little bit. You know, maybe something happened there. Maybe it's a little drier in that spot and you don't want to risk overgrazing it. And of course, you can do all of that without having to get out the old post driver and get the T-posts out and do all the work of having to actually set up temporary fence or moving fence, which the cool part on that side is, for a rancher, you're saving money, you're saving effort, you're saving time, you're improving your forage, you're keeping your livestock in a more condensed area, which certainly can help guard against predation in areas, especially as you move into western Wyoming, not near the challenge in the Bighorns and Sheridan that is for other folk around the state. But you're also creating the friendliest fence in the sense
I did.
You don't have a fence.
But for the audience that is streaming us and can see it, I have put up pictures you provided me that shows the antenna, and then it shows the collar that the cattle are wearing. Can you imagine how beautiful that would be to get rid of some of the fencing anywhere in other places? I mean, absolutely understand the need for good old barbed wire fence. But this would be so cool, and it would have such a great impact visually on the landscape.
Yeah, and so what gets really cool about this is we are piloting it with 3 families in the Sheridan County area, and they all have herds that they're working on it with, more than 100 cattle in each trial. And of course, there's going to be some monitoring that goes on over the next couple of years as these families use the GPS collars on this virtual fencing program. The technology is called Halter Technology. It's a company out of New Zealand that's working into the U.S. and is bringing their technology here. And what's really neat is folks very soon will be able to see a little bit of this in action at the SCLT Big Goose natural area. Because thanks to some extra money in a grant, we were able to actually buy one of the towers. One of the ranchers that is participating in this pilot is the rancher who actually leases the Big Goose natural area for late season grazing. You know, so he was earlier in the year making hay out on our hayfield pastures, and now his cattle. You know, we've been a little bit lucky in our area in that it's been a little wetter than other parts of the state. So his late season grazing coming on to the Big Goose natural area hasn't been as early as we would have originally thought. That's awesome.
Yeah. Did you say that there's going to be opportunity to kind of see a demonstration of?
Yeah. So like that demonstration will be right out there at the Big Goose natural area.
Okay.
Once those cattle are on the land, then in 2026, there will be at least 2 field days that will be organized where people can actually go out onto the ranch and talk to the ranchers and see what's going to happen. So of course that's all TBD right now, right? But as part of the grant funding that's allowing for this pilot, that piece is put in there. So those will happen. Of course, you heard me say grant funding. So, this project is backed by the Nature Conservancy with support from the World Wildlife Fund and the USDA Natural Resource Conservation Service. Boy, you don't get a better partner in conservation and agriculture than the NRCS. Awesome. As well as the Sheridan County Conservation District. They're great friends of ours, and they do incredible work as well. Carrie and her crew are phenomenal folks.
And you know why that is? Such support. And, of course, let's remind folks that you are a nonprofit organization, 501c3, and your donations for things like this, because it wasn't just me. When you first introduced me to this, and I did a little bit of research, in my mind's eye, I said, oh my God, could you imagine someday with eliminating a lot, probably never all, but a lot of fences? Not only that, with this technology, it can be combined with just keeping track of where cattle is. And I mean, that technology is already out there, and ranchers are using it to identify where cattle, and if cattle gets through a fence somewhere, they have to deal with that now. So in this case, they would be able to immediately identify where any one of the cattle that are wearing the collar, in other words.
Hey, Christmas morning roundups going out looking for your cattle. I remember that happening to our family in Northeast Iowa.
Yeah.
You know, grandma and grandpa out there.
Yeah. Well,
cattle got out overnight. You get a call from the neighbor, and we had to go round them up.
All right. Well, I wanted to get onto some other topics here, but I got to do another break. Thanks, Chris, for getting up with your buddy Bags here on a Saturday. You're listening to Cowboy State Daily Radio. We'll be back after these words here on Cowboy State Daily. Thanks for joining us this morning.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Julie was always a voracious reader. She'd carry 2 novels on an airplane because she'd read one on a 3-4 hour ride. And at some point, I began to notice that she would read a page and couldn't remember what she had just read, and she'd have to go back and read it again.
I don't remember much these days after I read, but less does for me, and I love it.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
In every family, small conversations can make a big impact. I grew up on tour with my parents. Kind of different, but we bonded over music just like other families do over sports, camping, or other interests. And we talked. Little everyday conversations from silly to serious that built a foundation over time. Honest conversations, like when my dad shared his experiences as an alcoholic.
Your honesty about that part of your life gave me a sense of integrity that I wanted to uphold in my own life. And I was so grateful that you and Mom had become these sober, stable people who were always there for me.
I wanted you to know from someone who's been in recovery more than 30 years now that hard work is what creates success, not alcohol or other drugs, whether it's music or anything else. I said it a lot, and I'm glad you took it to heart.
Talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Cowboy State Daily Radio on a Saturday. It's your buddy Bags, John Baggett in Sheridan, Wyoming. And we're in the Zoom room with Chris Verba from Sheridan Community Land Trust. Again, I wanted to remind folks about the Highlander Trail opening, the Aspens Trailhead at Red Grade Trails, hike, bike, walk, and run at the Highlander Trail opening. Your new community trail built by Sheridan Community Land Trust here in the Bighorn Mountain country of Wyoming, here the Sheridan, Bighorn, Dayton, Radchester area. If you're not familiar with it and you're listening to us somewhere else, check out a map. North central part of the state, you'll see the Bighorn National Forest in there. And my Zoom room companion, Chris Verba, joining me. Chris, I wanted to go back to the collars and the virtual fencing we were talking about before we move on to some other things. again, this is we can see it. Like I train with my bird dogs with training collars. Now, some folks, their thoughts on that can be, is it cruel? Is it what? But from my perspective, it is way more, how should I say, caring than having a choke collar or something like that, where because I'm able to choose what I want to do. I can either beep the collar to let him know that he's getting too far away from me. That's Waylon. I thought the door's closed, otherwise he'd be here and I could show you. But but also then it has a sound component to it. Then it has a buzzing. It buzzes. It doesn't shock. But then it also has, in worst case scenarios where you can shock them. I remember really only using that powerful shock once, not on Waylon, but on my previous dog, Angus, who took off after a pheasant in flight and was headed right for a county road that had a semi-truck coming down the road at the same time, and I had to use it. Didn't like it, and neither did Angus, but I was in control of him. He had gotten significantly far away from me, but I was still could control him, and that's what a training collar can do. They can be abused, and I concede that, but I don't and I won't with mine. So what does the collar that the cattle would be wearing, and I'll bring it back up on the screen for those who are streaming us. And again, a reminder for those who are not, and you're listening, all of our shows are archived at cowboystatedaily.com. So if you come back and you get in front of a computer or to some Wi-Fi, you can do it on your phone too. You'll be able to see it and listen to the show again if you want. But anyway, so describe what the collar will do with this virtual fencing that we're talking about. There's antennas that will send the signal out, and as the cattle approaches the virtual fence, what'll happen?
As I understand it, it emits a signal of some kind. I do not know the answer to how strong, how powerful, what that signal is actually like. That could be something I could talk to John about and get you an answer for. But I'm sorry, I don't have a better answer than it emits a signal.
No worries. I have plans on harassing John myself anyway, so that's a question that I could do as well. I wanted to, at some point in this conversation, it feels like it's a good time. We have about 8 minutes left to go here, but I wanted to talk about the volunteer aspect of this. I have on a couple of occasions gone out with, and you guys have provided shovels and rakes and pickaxes, etc., on the building of these trails, and it is dependent on volunteers.
Yeah. So, just this past week, we had some volunteers. Jared, our recreation director, needed a couple extra hands. They worked on bringing some planks for a new bridge up onto another section of trail that we're building right now called Upper Let 'em Roll. It's a downhill bike trail that connects into the existing Let 'em Roll trail. And so he was able to round up a few bike buddies who, of course, love the downhill flow trails. And they humped boards all the way up to where this bridge needed to be. And there's no easy way through the woods in their particular case. So it was walking boards up a bike trail, which isn't an easy task. So sometimes some of that work's pretty hard. Other work's not too bad. Sometimes it's some finishing work and it's some light raking. It really all kind of depends. But if you want to know what type of volunteer work that SCLT has available at any point in time, you can visit our website at Sheridan CLT, like communitylandtrust.org, and click on the Get Involved tab. You'll see our volunteer corner. And that gives you a list of things that were opportunities right now. We are in the process of remodeling our office out at the Big Goose Natural area. We call it the Welcome Center. So there are a whole lot of opportunities and more to come there on volunteers being able to help turn that place into truly a welcome center where we help educate, inspire, and entertain our community, both indoors and, of course, outdoors at our Big Goose Natural area. It just opened this year. And there's 117 acres out there. We've already created 2 miles of accessible mode trail for people in our community. It's open year round. You were asking about snowshoeing. Be a good opportunity this winter when snow sticks out along Big Goose Creek. On top of that, you can come out and fish. We've opened up fishing and floating, kayaking, canoeing access out there. It is catch and release, lure fly only on the fishing, but guess what? The browns and the rainbows will be biting. Smallmouth bass bite is usually pretty good in the fall. On top of that, we're undergoing some extensive stream restoration. So, when you're talking about volunteers, last month we hosted a volunteer night where we actually had volunteers come out and help collect data that is being used in the stream restoration process. So that's a 4-phase plan that will happen over the course of time. Volunteers helped us remove the former barbed wire, the old 5-strand fence, as well as our woven wire fence at the Big Goose Natural area this spring, and that has since all been converted to wildlife-friendly fencing. We have a demonstration site right out there at the Big Goose Natural area, so you can see different styles side by side. All of that was help funded by the Plank Stewardship Initiative, as well as the Cabela's and Bass Pro Shop Outdoor Fund, and of course, community donors and community volunteers.
Please, you guys do a lot of education events as well, and I had in front of me, I don't know where I put it, but some of the things that you did this past season, this past summer season, and if there's other things coming up, would you please mention those as well?
Oh, yeah. So we have our next SCLT Explore History program coming up. It's Mr. Edward A. Whitney and his collection. So these are free programs. Our friend Carrie Ida Edinger, she's the museum at the Big Horns director, and hey, SCLT's former history program manager, is coming back to help us out for this cool Explore History program. It is Tuesday, October 14th from 10 to 11:30 a.m. at the Hub on Smith in Sheridan, and again the following Tuesday from 10:30 to noon at the TRVCC in Dayton. Both programs are free and open to all. You can learn more information about them at the website. That's SheridanCLT.org. We didn't even talk about historic preservation, one of the other missions that SCLT.
Got a little time. Let's do it.
Yeah. Well, I'll give you a quick hit. The Black Diamond Byway just got moved to the Big Goose Natural area, the start for it. So this is an award-winning audio tour and driving tour that tells you the history of Sheridan County's coal mining communities through the lens and experience of people who grew up in those communities. So what an incredible opportunity. The museum's old coal carts got moved to the SCLT office at the Big Goose Natural area. And so now you can start that tour using the Travel Stories app on your phone. We have information for it. If you don't know where the Big Goose Natural area is, it's located at 14 Lane, just outside of Sheridan. So Google it, put it in your map, or go to our website, Sheridan CLT, like communitylandtrust.org, and see all the ways that we are helping connect people to nature and the outdoors, conserving local lands, open land, ranches, wildlife habitat, and of course, preserving the stories of our past today so they aren't forgotten tomorrow.
Awesome. I want to give you the last couple of minutes here, just as maybe kind of just a recap, a review of good trail management, good etiquette out there to our hikers out there? Real quick. We only got about
all right. Hey, it gets real simple. Wheels yield to feet. Everybody yields to hooves, right?
Say that again.
Wheels yield to feet. Everybody yields to hooves.
Got it.
So, so if you're out there on the trail, if you if you're on a bike, hey, slow down, step aside for people and animals coming your way. Yes. If you are a hiker and you see a horse out on that trail, give the horse the right of way. Step aside, let them through. The horses need the space. And they're certainly the least predictable things out there, though sometimes who knows with what you might find out in the woods. Mm-hmm. And importantly, downhill traffic yields to uphill traffic. So just simply step offside the trail. Even more important than that, communicate to the people around you as you see them.
It's the same with automobiles out here, folks. Downhill traffic yields to uphill traffic, and especially dogs. And I can say, if you are hiking and you have a dog and there's a person on horseback coming your way, give them plenty of room and don't assume my dog's a sweetheart. You don't know how that horse is going to react, and it could be very bad news for the rider and possibly you. Well, hey, buddy, we're out of time. We're going to do this again. I keep you in check here, and as you find things that you think we should know about, do me a favor and send them my way. I appreciate you very much. Good morning, my friend. You have a great day.
You have a wonderful weekend.
Brad Verba with Sheridan Community Land Trust. We'll be back after the news with a cowboy. Got a cowboy in studio here. We're going to chat with him on Cowboy State Daily Radio. Stay tuned.
It's time to take a look at It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Core. Hunters found separated human bones scattered in a remote area near the Sweetwater Guard Station campground earlier this month. The Sublette County Sheriff's Office told Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland that the office responded to the area for a report of human remains discovered by hunters, along with a tent and personal items that appeared to have been in the area for about 5 years.
They know more than they're saying, because they say they found an ID card, but they haven't positively confirmed the identity. What that means is anyone's guess, but they are asking for information from anyone who found bones or personal effects in that area in the past 5 years. And they think that a man essentially died or otherwise ended up there 5 years ago.
The Sublette County Sheriff's Office urges anyone who's visited the Sweetwater Gap area in recent years and possibly encountered bones, camping equipment, or other personal items to contact them. As communities in Wyoming debate whether to allow spent fuel storage as the state's nuclear industry is growing, state legislators on Wednesday heard about how Canada has handled its dilemma of where to put its nuclear waste. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that at a Council of State Governments West conference hosted at Snow King Resort in Jackson Wednesday, Wyoming legislators were among those learning about how Canada was able to identify a nuclear waste site that's in stark contrast to the United States, which has never successfully identified a location for permanent storage.
All the issues that are facing Western lawmakers are distilled down and experts are presented, and it's a time for legislators to kind of go to school. So no surprise that when it's hosted in Wyoming, they start talking about nuclear waste, because that is certainly top of mind with a lot of legislators in Wyoming as the nuclear industry seeks to expand in Wyoming.
Whether or not Wyoming should allow more nuclear waste to be stored in the state continues to divide towns from Rock Springs to Bar None to Gillette. A couple who own remote vacation rental property in the Crandall area of Park County say they haven't had issues with bears for more than 2 decades. But that streak ended last week when a grizzly came onto their property 2 nights in a row. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that on the first night, the bear apparently clawed a little bit at their yurt with guests inside. On the second night, The bear came back for more.
She said they take all the usual precautions. They keep the place clean. They don't do anything dumb that's going to attract bears. And it's paid off. For 24 years, they've had virtually no trouble with bears. Well, last week, a grizzly showed up. It showed up one night when there were people in the yurt and kind of snuffed around the yurt and swatted at it. It seems they found some small claw marks on the outside of the yurt that night. That was the last night the guests were scheduled to stay, and so they left. The night after that, the grizzly came back and really ripped off a whole side of the yurt.
The property owner says they've made repairs to the yurt and will keep it as a vacation rental. The Wyoming Game and Fish Department confirmed that it had trapped and euthanized a bear in the area. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Wyoming families face big challenges and big opportunities. That's why Wyoming Family Alliance is hosting the 4th annual Wyoming Family Policy Summit on September 26th and 27th in Cheyenne. The summit opens Friday night with a gala featuring Congresswoman Harriet Hagman. On Saturday, state and national policy leaders will address pressing family issues such as parental rights, DEI in schools, and more. Reserve your seat today at wyomingfamily.org. That's wyomingfamily.org.
Well, Jay Richard, Wyoming's Pumpkin King, won't be bringing a 2,000-pound pumpkin to the 2025 Wyoming State Championship Weigh-Off and Pumpkin Drop in early October. But his colleague, Chad Kurtenbach, who's growing a pumpkin in his backyard in Lovell, just might. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that Richard, Kurtenbach, and other growers from several states will be bringing giant gourds and the cream of their crop to Worland on October 4th. That will put some weight behind the reputations of the region's biggest and best growers of the season.
Jay Richard has grown some tremendously large pumpkins throughout his career. He has a custom-built greenhouse for growing his pumpkins with temperature control, irrigation systems, but he's had a bad year. Meanwhile, his friend in Lovell has been growing a pumpkin in his backyard, and it's reaching 2,000 pounds. It could cross the 2,000-pound mark before the Wyoming State Championship Weigh-Off and Pumpkin Drop on the 4th of October.
Wyoming's state record for a pumpkin, 2,062 pounds, was set in 2023 by Andy Corbin of Cheyenne. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Hey, Roger. Welcome to Cowboy State Daily Radio. We're going to get to you, pal. You stand by. I don't know if you can see me. If you're listening, got a cowboy in the house. If you're watching, if you're streaming us, then you can see. That's Roger St. Clair. He is a friend, a co-worker. Him and I work together at Century 21 BHJ here in Sheridan, Wyoming. He's one of those guys I go to and bother a lot because he's an expert in that field. 40-some years in the real estate business. He knows a little bit. We'll see. We'll put him on the spot in a little bit. First, let's do the weather. Don Day's Wyoming weather forecast. Mostly sunny in much of Wyoming today with clouds and a chance for rain in a few areas. I don't think around here, though, Roger. Highs near 70 to low 80s. Lows in low 40s to mid 50s. Casper right now is 54 degrees. Mostly clear today for them and a high near 80. And let's see, let's bounce around the state a little bit. How about the southwest? Rock Spring, a slight chance of rain after 4 o'clock this afternoon, otherwise sunny and breezy. Jackson, Wyoming in the northwest, it is 36 degrees, still chilly there. Mostly sunny and breezy today, the high near 75. Cody in the Bighorn Basin, it's 59 degrees right now, mostly sunny today, the high near 79. Gillette, our neighbors to the east, 52 degrees right now, mostly sunny today with a high near 82. Wheatland, where I hail from a little bit, Roger, it's partly sunny today with a high of 80, 53 currently. Cheyenne, 59 degrees right now. You'll have partly sunny skies today with a high near 76. And as always, I check in with Bags, Wyoming. You betcha. Why not, right? Here, I got your mic on now. You can chime in with your snide remarks if you want. Okay, let me tell folks who you are. Really quickly, though, before we get off on what I want to talk to you about, I didn't want to be remiss. The Sheridan Bronx, again, this is a region-wide broadcast and stream. We're on multiple radio stations live, broadcasting, good old-fashioned tower with a transmitter, which is what I did for 40-some years. And now we're streaming both on multiple avenues. We have our website, cowboystatedaily.com, and at the top there's a drop-down that says radio. A lot of people do it that way. These folks can see us, Raj, so thanks for wearing pants today. And then we're on YouTube. You saw YouTube. You're out in my living room watching me on YouTube do my last hour, which was a Zoom call from somebody who was in Hoboken, New Jersey. See? So we're nationwide. We're worldwide, really. Anyway, you can watch. My son watches it sometimes from the Netherlands, in The Hague.
Now I'm getting nervous.
Oh, geez. It's your buddy Bags just hanging out and talking. That's what's funny about this. I have people come on that say, "Do you?" And then they get done with the show. They go, "That was easy. It was just you and I BSing, Bags. That was fun." It happens every time. So be prepared to have fun here in a minute. But I wanted to talk about the Sheridan Bronx because they just hit the 48 straight win streak. Last night they beat the Thunderbirds of Cheyenne East. Thunderbirds showed up. It was 27-20 was the final score. So obviously they're out to get the Bronx, and you can understand why.
Absolutely. They have a target on them, and at this point, no other team really has anything to lose, so they can...
all out, baby.
Yep.
They're going to try to do it. Okay, let's see how the Bighorn Rams, they won. I'm looking for that score. Oh, by the way, the Bronx winning streak at 48 games, I think it is fourth in the nation at 48. The number one winning streak in the country is a school in Ohio, Marion Local. I don't know. It may be a parochial school. I don't know if it's public or not, but they have a 68 game winning streak in Ohio is the number one, but the Bronx are up there. Number 4, I think. They were 4 to start the season. I don't know if any of the other teams ahead of them have lost, but man, that's pretty dang impressive. So Bighorn, let's get down here. Cody stomped on the Buffalo Bison 63-0. Yikes. And Cody is ranked number 2 in 3A. Who's number 1 in 3A? Gosh dang it. If Cody isn't with a whooping like that. Actually, it was 60. I'm sorry. It was 63-9 was the final. Let's see. And then 2A, Bighorn beat Newcastle 60-22. The Rams are loaded again this year. And let's see, the Wranglers of Pinedale beat Worland. I'm looking for Tongue River. There it is. The Eagles lost 26-13 to Moorcroft. Okay, there's the weather and sports and news.
Well, one thing about Sheridan County and athletics is they very definitely have a winning culture and work very hard to make it happen. And I kind of think that there's nobody in Wyoming wants to see Sheridan County team show up.
No, I blame it on the water. I'm pretty sure it's the Little Goose, and it's the Big Goose Creeks, and then the convergence into the Goose. That in there somewhere is the magic formula.
Well, that's as good as any, because I've got a grandson third grade flag football, and they crack them out pretty early in Sheridan County.
Well,
and there's hundreds of parents and grandparents at those games, those little kids.
You keep wandering away from the mic, mister, but hey, I'm here to help. But the funny thing is, you see where I live. I'm almost across the street from the high school. So when the Bronx are practicing, and just so you know, a lot of times they play music for their practices. They like rap, the kids. And me not being as much a big fan of it. But you know what? They've earned it. They can play whatever they want. If they play polka, which I don't like, I'm good because, man, they have put together a tradition of winning over there across the street. Coach Mowry, I hear them at 6 o'clock in the morning. Their summer workout schedule. 2 a days. Camp starts at like 6 in the morning, and they're out there. And Waylon and I'm that creepy guy walking his dog with his face at the fence, watching them work out. And but it's just so impressive. And then right before the season started, they had their camp, which was up in the Bighorns, and I had Deb's family was here, so I was taking them around in the Polaris side-by-side, cruising around. We went to we're going to cross over Little Goose Creek there at the Little Goose campgrounds. You know where that's at. And look at this. There's all these teenagers all of a sudden, because I didn't know they were there. And I've had Coach Mowry on the show, so him and I know each other. And I pulled up and just yelled out the window, "Go Bronx!" And you know how slow you got to go to get across Little Goose there. And so Coach Mowry walked right up, said hello. And I was looking over, and there was a group of young men, teenage boys. And I said, "Man, you guys look big. Those are your linemen over there?" And he goes, "Oh, no, those are our receivers." They're huge, dude. And then I looked the other way. There was the lineman, and you know what they have? I think they have 24 returning seniors. I mean, the rest of the state's got to be going, when are they going to be reloading? I mean, they just year after year.
Well, and it's interesting to me. I believe Sheridan High School is the smallest high school in 4A. And I'm quite sure Bighorn is the smallest high school in 2A.
Yes, and I think that part of that is the community, because there's some kids that live in the Sheridan area who go to school at Bighorn, and then versa versa. So there's a little bit of crossover.
Used to be more crossover, but with Bighorn School filling up, they're certainly allowing less out-of-district kids in. But I guess, if you happen to be a big, strong athlete, they probably let you in the door.
You betcha. Well,
as our old broker, Jack Palisier, said, "Well, let me know if we need to buy him a car."
Yeah, you betcha. Cactus Jack, God, rest in peace, Jack. You were something else. We'll talk about the Century 21 BHJ operation that you and I both work for here, and Jack and his impact, not only on that organization, but I have a cabin up there at TP that he was the founder of. He started the TP Association of Cabins. The guy was amazing, and he's one of the reasons I moved back here. As you know, my pop, John Baggett Sr., Dad, if you're listening, howdy, good morning. He was the principal out at Bighorn. We got here in 79 through, I think, 92, so 12 or 13 years. He was principal out at Bighorn. And when we first got here, we lived in the little house. It was like a parsonage, for a church, but it was the school had a house behind the high school that we lived in when we first moved here to Sheridan. They were tough then. Bighorn was good.
They've been competitive for
forever,
decades and decades. That's for sure.
Well, the only time I don't go out there and sit and cheer for the Rams is, and a lot of times I'll go pick up my dad and take him to the Bighorn Rams games is when they're playing Wheatland, the Bulldogs. And so then I sit on the Wheatland side because that's where I went to high school and have dad coached there too. And so a lot of times friends still travel with the team and come up to Sheridan. And a lot of the feedback I get every time is, this is the most beautiful football field I've ever seen. And we take it for granted. We drive by that thing, on our way up Red Grade, and it. I mean, can you imagine if you're coming from, I'm not going to say anything mean about any community.
Yeah.
it's a region-wide broadcast, my friend. But can you imagine if you were from someplace else and this is the first time you get to Bighorn? I remember when I came up here, we were from Wheatland, and we came up here, I think it was for a speech meet or something, because it wasn't athletics. It could have been something drama or music oriented or speech. I was involved in all of those things, believe it or not. And we came up here, and Dad was one of the chaperones, and we were both like this. Look how beautiful this place is.
Well, I went to high school in Shoshone, so yes, it's certainly a more beautiful.
He said
Shoshone.
Send your hate mail to Roger Dodger. Isn't that it? Okay. All right. What is it? It's 8:19. We're approaching our first break here. But so Roger St. Clair with Century 21 BHJ. A little bit about you, your family. You said you're from Shoshone. When did you get here?
Well, my family's actually been around Worland. When I was in elementary school, my folks owned the sale barn, the livestock auction in Worland, and then they sold that and bought a ranch at Lost Cabin. So he's saved from Shoshone, but I rode the bus 45 miles one way to get to Shoshone.
Really?
And I spent a lot of my development time on a school bus.
Yeah, sounds like it. Now, did you go to high school there as well? When did you leave Shoshone, and where did you go?
I graduated in 73 and came to Sheridan College in 75, and I've basically been in Sheridan ever since. There was some time there that I really wasn't anywhere significant, so
You're ahead of me in age by that many years, and ahead of me in Sheridan by the same number of years. Exactly. I remember when I left in 84, so I was headed down to Laramie, go to work for KOWB, Andy Hofer, Pat Gabriel, and it was the Kirkowdy Sports Radio Network, so Dave Walsh, and that. So it was like the realization that this radio career was for real when I left Sheridan. But I remember driving towards Buffalo on I-95, that's Miami, Florida, I-90, and in my rearview mirror saying, I'll be back someday. I loved Sheridan when I lived here. I was only here for 5 years, but was blessed with Kim Love putting me to work at KROE, and it's turned into a real radio career. And but leaving Sheridan was not. I knew I was coming back. In other words, it's a beautiful place and a great town with a lot of pride.
A lot of pride and a lot of involvement, a lot of ownership from the community. Certainly we have a lot of. I think last count there's 56 foundations in Sheridan, Wyoming that have somewhere between several 100,000 and nearly 100 million, and consequently we have a lot of very nice things. I'm an auctioneer, and so in the last 40 years
in my research I discovered that, because we've been working together now for a couple of years. Did not know you were an auctioneer. Now I do.
Yeah, I've done a lot of charity auctions, and certainly we have the big donors, and we appreciate them. But the community makes a pocket move for any good project. which is wonderful. Maybe they give $250 or $500, but it gives them ownership and pride, and so consequently, Sheridan has a lot of very lovely things.
You bet.
For a community this size,
I think one of the finest and most attractive main streets, downtowns in Wyoming,
very
or even
dynamic.
the region. All right, we got to do this break here. We come back. You mentioned I've admitted to my audience how old I am, and now you've inadvertently as well.
Yeah, they can do the math.
Yeah. But one of the things I'm impressed with, one day you were gone, and then the next day you came back, and Bruce Garber, the broker for Century 21 BHJ here in Sheridan, Wyoming, said, "Well, how'd you do, Roger?" And I was like, curious what he's talking about. You were at a roping.
Yes, sir.
You're still very active with that. So I am a rodeo fan, big time, have been for a long time, but I'm impressed with the fact that at your
advancing age.
Yeah, thanks, buddy. Looking for those words.
at this point in my career.
Yeah. We'll talk about that a little bit, and how, why, where you still compete in team roping at Rodeo when we come back. You're listening to Cowboy State Daily Radio. It's Saturday morning with your buddy Bags and Roger St. Clair. Is that French?
Actually, Scottish.
Oh, we got to talk about that too. That doesn't make sense. All right, we'll be back on Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags. Stay tuned.
Wyoming is a big state. There's so much ground to cover, so many stories to tell. But the Cowboy State Daily News team is up to the challenge. I'm Wendy Core, host of Cowboy State Daily Video News. Whether it's politics in Cheyenne, energy issues in the Powder River Basin, or grizzlies in Yellowstone, our talented crew of experienced journalists are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. What's the best restaurant in DuBois? Renee Jean checks it out. What's the most recent Supreme Court decision mean to our everyday lives? Claire McFarland explains. How is the upcoming elk hunting season shaping up? Mark Hines lets us know. Every day, I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites, and in our daily newscast, I bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
We all make choices. When it comes to alcohol, kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad.
Bye-bye.
Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Have fun. Hey, have a seat for a second. Remind me about that party again?
Alex is just...
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. They want guidance and honest answers to their questions. And it makes a difference when the message is consistent and part of everyday conversations. So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path. Because when you talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer. She's on the honor roll. She's just not the type.
No way.
No way. No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
You're not going to get it all right. Just make sure you nail the big stuff, like making sure your kids are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat.
Yeah, picking and a grinning right here. Welcome back to Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags. And Roger St. Clair, a friend of mine, Cowboy. You wearing a belt buckle today? You got a championship?
I'm not wearing a trophy buckle today. I've got my working buckle.
You got your working buckle on. Yeah, that's what we're doing right here. We're working. This is my job. Yeah. But hey, I appreciate you joining me this morning. Getting up, coming into town.
Well, I had to doctor horses and change the side roll before I got here. I was worried about whether I was going to make it in time.
Sounds like cowboy problems to me right there. Country boy problems. No, it's I just had last hour, or sorry, the 6 o'clock hour. I had a rancher from Glen Rock, Wyoming, who's rancher sheep and cattle, combination of the two. And we were talking about all the hard work, and I had a picture of him out in the field feeding sheep during a snowstorm. So, and I have best friends who are ranchers. We brand with the Grant Ranch every year. They're also outside of Glen Rock. And and on occasions, in fact, he needed some help at a time. And so Deb and I went down there and stayed there a few days. And, we got up every morning, 5 o'clock, and get out there, feed the bulls, fix some fence, get some strays, all those things. And it just makes you appreciate what these folks in agriculture do and how hard they work every day.
There's always something.
Always. And they can't really take breaks. I'm always trying to drag my friend Rick away from the ranch, and he looks at me funny. Like, yeah, okay, yeah, that'll be great. Be gone for a week? How am I going to do that? He does have a son who is his right-hand man and takes care of business, so he does get to escape. But there's always work to do, so I appreciate it very much. So what do you have horses, livestock?
Yeah, I've had some. I consider myself a semi-urban cow farmer.
Sure.
I did sell most of my cows a couple weeks ago, but I've got a few around. I got roping cattle around and more horses.
You saw the beef prices.
Well, they certainly are
up there.
There's somewhere for them to go at this point.
That just indicates there's some intelligence there. It's a good time to sell some of your cattle. It's up there for sure. All right. Well, so as I mentioned before, I'm a big rodeo fan. When I was young, it sounds like the beginning of a song. So I had a little bit of experience. So I grew up in Wheatland with some actual, probably know the Finnerty name, and you betcha, Bulldoggers, and then the Gamblin brothers were both bull riders, and who else from Wheatland do I know? But I'm also friends with Stan Williams, who was a team roper, which is something that you do, etc. So I had friends, so I always go. I'd never miss it if I could, if it was anywhere. And even in the 32 years Deb and I were in Denver, we never missed the National Western, and we rarely missed Cheyenne Frontier Days. In fact, I used to do my radio show, which was a rock and roll radio show on 103.5 The Fox, live from the Cheyenne Club on the last Saturday night of Cheyenne Frontier Days, when the street used to be open for the street dance and party, and it was like doing play-by-play for just a raucous hootenanny, whatever you wanted to call it.
Well, I think one of the really good trends in America at this point is reaching back to the roots, to their people's roots, and the entire Western lifestyle currently is seeing a grand resurgence. As far as rodeo ticket sales are at a place they've they've never been, and added money. But all of that kind of true Western lifestyle, as well as fashion and stuff, that's gone crazy in the last few years.
It really has. And testament to that is the attendance of the WYO Rodeo here in Sheridan, Wyoming. Main Street is packed. The arena's packed every night. Every show
was sold out.
Sold out.
Yeah.
And it just, I think folks, like you said, are just interested. Of course, it doesn't hurt the Yellowstone TV series. Is
and of course, I never was very high on that.
I remember
being in the real estate business and involved in ranching and a cowboy.
You see,
people are not like that.
No, we are not killing each other left and right. But I tell you one thing, though, Deb and I, wherever we go, and people say, "Well, where do you live?" When we describe where we is, a lot of times we'll say, "Well, do you watch Yellowstone?" And they go, "Yeah." I said, "Well, we're where the train station is, where all the dead bodies are."
Yeah.
We've told them that it's not true.
In Wyoming, they run, like across the state line. If they dump you off a canyon wall, nobody will ever find you again.
Yeah.
Although there probably are some holes in Wyoming that you could make it pretty hard to find.
For sure, brothers. For sure. I've got them scouted out just in case anybody messes too much with me. I'm kidding. But speaking of, I think maybe you and I talked about this. There's an effort for a resurgence of, and one of our writers at Cowboy State Daily wrote about it, trying to bring back more movie making in Wyoming. And in fact, by next hour, Jackie Dorothy is on, and we're going to talk about the passing of Robert Redford and his love and fascination for the outlaw history of Wyoming. And so I'm really looking forward to that. But so there is an effort to bring back movie making here in Wyoming, and I was lucky enough to get a extra part when do you remember when they made the movie Endangered Species here in Sheridan, Buffalo, Red Grade, Bighorn, where they filmed all different scenes from that. And I was here, and I was at the radio station, and they called the radio station. I was working for Kim Love at KROE, and the phone rang, and it was whoever it is, Screen Actors Guilds, whoever organizes that, says, "Hey, would you announce on the radio that we're looking for extras?" Oh, you bet. Here we go. And so we did. I don't know. Do you know Larry Shanneman?
I knew Larry.
You know Larry. Okay. Him and I are very good friends, even to this day. And so he and I, and then another friend of mine, Jim Christensen, who was on the show, we went and signed up. Well, Jim was a railroader, and he was laid off at that point. So he didn't have a job. I did at the radio station. So Jim got offered not only an extra part, but he got a speaking part. So he had to sign up for the Screen Actors Guild and put a few dollars into their coffers so that he was a registered actor. And then in the barroom fight scene that they did in Buffalo, you can see some local folks that you would recognize. So anyway, I had that experience of seeing how a movie was made. And at the time, it was really, it wasn't a B movie. I mean, there were some big stars in that thing. It was a lot of fun. So anyway, got off there on that tangent. But so, as I mentioned earlier, you're still at it. You team rope. Who's your partner?
I rope a lot with Zane Garstead, but kind of the way it's set up now. They draw a lot of partners. They mix you around. The team roping, like the rest of the Western industry, has just exploded. They came up with a system to rate ropers like kind of like golfers or polo players, and so that has truly expanded the industry and become certainly an industry. And I go to Wickenburg, Arizona several times during the winter and rope. And,
right. Is it so that they're like, how Cody does a rodeo like every night practically.
Mm-hmm.
So do they do like regular ropings throughout the year? Invite ropers?
Yeah,
to come in?
there's different producers put on ropings all over. Certainly the peak is at the World Series of Team Roping finale in Las Vegas out at South Point during the National Finals Rodeo. They actually last year paid out $18 million in prize money just to team ropers in a week.
Well, they're not messing around.
No, there's real money involved.
Real money involved, no doubt. Well, I'm concerned about your choice of partners in Zane Garsted. He's a ex-bull rider.
He has a lot of problems. He's a bull rider, hockey player.
That's a hockey player. It's telling you right there that he's a little bit loco.
And he had surgery a couple weeks ago, and so he's currently down. But yeah, it takes a lot of surgeries to keep him moving.
Yeah.
So,
well, I have a real quick funny Zane Garsted story. So when I first went, it was a couple of years ago now, went to work for Century 21 BHJ Realty here in Sheridan and met Zane. And he invited us, Deb and I, to a hockey game. The Hawks were playing I'm not sure.
Semi-pro?
Yeah, something like that. Farm league. It's like baseball has its A, AA, AAA. Anyway, the Sheridan Hawks hockey team. It's great hockey, by the way. Zane invited us. He had tickets, and he was the referee that night.
He's usually either a ref or playing or announcing or doing hockey TV announcing or he's buried in it up to his eyeballs.
As soon as we walked in, how you're 30, as soon as you get in the door, you're 30 feet from the rink and from the ice. And it, sure enough, we walk up to the boards, and Zane gets nailed by two players. Take him out, and he crumbles right where he stood in front of us as soon as we walked in.
And the crowd cheers.
Oh yeah. But anyway, so I got a picture of you up here for those of you who are streaming and can see it. For those of you that don't, you can go to our archive at Cowboy State Daily Radio.
It's kind of unfair because I can't see it.
Yeah, no,
so I don't know what.
So I got this one with you with no shirt on.
Oh,
no, I'm joking.
Yeah.
But you're back in the corral there, getting ready to head out. So are you the header, the healer, or do you switch out?
I've headed most of my life, but I feel things kind of slipping away, as the calendar pages get tore off. So I've been healing a little bit more, but
is one harder than the other?
They're just very different. I don't know that one's harder. There's, different things you have to be very, very good at and work hard at.
I mean, the tender young age that you are, so basically you're riding a horse with no hands, sort of. I mean, but with me, with the way I ride, and we have horses, but my hands are not far from the horn. At my level.
Yes, I guess if that's no hands, yeah. They're busy busy operating.
Yeah.
Operating.
Yeah, so you got that rope and you're going. So you're out there. So that's what you do in your free time. You got to practice.
Yep.
And what's that beautiful horse you're on here in this picture?
Well, I can't tell you.
Oh, you got more than
that's a sorrel mare that I bought several years ago from a friend of mine. I call her Peggy. I named her after his wife because I couldn't name her after him. And yeah, she's top shelf. Actually, I had her at Paul Walleman's because she strained a suspensory, and he's looked at her several times over the years. And so he said, Roger, he said, when there's that guy that's pretty average and you're looking and he's got a really beautiful wife and you're kind of wondering how that worked out. And he says, that's kind of how I feel about you and this mare.
I feel that way about you and Linda, by the way. And I've got a shot here of you and Linda, and you look sharp. You've got a tuxedo on. She is a
flogs me into line.
That is the classic. You have outkicked your coverage. There we go.
I used to end up wearing a tuxedo pretty regular when I was doing a lot of auctions.
That's right. That's true. Okay, when we get back, I've got a break here coming up. I want to talk about your experience. You're 40? How many years in?
I got licensed in 1981.
That's 44 years ago.
44 years ago.
Pretty good. All right, we'll be back. We're talking to Roger St. Clair. He's with Century 21 BHJ here in Sheridan, Wyoming. Expert, one of my go-tos as I transitioned into real estate a couple of years ago to get some good sage advice. So stick around. You'll get some yourself. Here it's 8:44. You're listening to Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bag. Stay tuned.
Want to stay in touch with what's happening around Wyoming? I'm Wendy Core, host of the Cowboy State Daily video newscast. From Mountain View to Upton, from Jackson to Cheyenne, our reporters are out there finding and telling the stories that matter. Every day, I talk to the talented journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, I bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily video news every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I don't remember how it started.
Go to that.
Cowboy. Our back and forth. It always came back.
Dad!
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Hey, good morning, everybody, and welcome back to Cowboy State Daily Radio. My name is John Baggett, and my friends call me Bags. It's Saturday, September 20th. I'm in the Bags studio in Sheridan, Wyoming. Got my friend Roger St. Clair here with me. We just figured out 44 years you've been in the real estate business. And that's plenty of experience, my friend. You are teamed up, you and Joe Stager. Joe, so it's Stager, how is it? It's Stager St. Clair, Century 21 BHJ Realty. So there's the company name, correct?
Well, yeah, that'd be our partnership.
Yep.
We're certainly connected with Century 21 BHJ. I've been with BHJ since 1989.
Loyal guy, you're loyal.
So, yeah, they still let me have an office.
Bruce Garber, Bruce and Rosemary, I mean, I think, biased as I am, because I knew Bruce when he was a teenager. My dad was his high school principal. Him and my siblings were friendly in those days, in the early 80s. Just good people to work for. When I decided to go into this business after I thought I was retired from radio, it was more about going to work for Bruce than it was about going into real estate. That I just felt comfortable. I knew they were good people. So yeah, but Joe, he's young, handsome, beautiful young family. But I bet he's got energy to burn too, right?
Thank God, because I get less done and I'm still tireder at the end of the day.
Yeah, no, it's good to be partnered up with somebody like that. So I understand how that works. And again, in real estate, man, I've learned this lesson. People, when they're in the market for property, they want to be in touch with their real estate agent ASAP.
It's very interesting to me that the biggest complaint that all the surveys will show you nationwide is that their agent did not return their call.
Yeah.
And I'm going, well, there's a very, very few things in the world that's easier, especially today, than making a call.
Yeah. I mean, there's, like spending time up in the mountains. That's why this concept of partnering with folks in all different markets in Wyoming, knowing people, and that's somebody with your experience, everybody. It all over the place. That's the advantage of somebody with your level of experience.
Well, certainly I've worked with a lot of the ranch brokers and so forth around the state, maintained, hopefully, I believe, a good relationship and open, easy to chat with, and so that's been really good. I've enjoyed the business. It's kind of had its ups and downs. When the economy goes in the tank, it can get really, really quiet.
Well, it's been a while.
Fortunately, I started in the 80s, so
you've
it was
been
at a dead stop at that point, So when it started perking up a little there in the later 80s, early 90s, I was, pretty excited about something happening, actually.
Well, you and I, we both work for Century 21 here in Wyoming, and but my primary focus, only because of my lack of experience, is residential primarily, and maybe some commercial. But the very interesting in the high dollar category can be the farm and ranch property and big chunks of raw acreage. And that's something that I observe that you and Joe are heavily involved in.
Yeah, and, Jack Pellissier years ago, everybody wants to be a ranch realtor because then they think they get to ring a big bell. But
yeah, that's what I think.
It doesn't happen. It doesn't happen every day.
Well, you don't need it to if it's a big bell.
As Jack Pellissier said, it all looks the same in the till. So, I've sold a lot of residential from very small interesting to me. I mean, we're selling houses now for over $350,000 that I sold for $14,000 in the 80s.
Yeah.
So things have changed a little. Some of that's a little hard to get my head around, but fortunately, I got Joe, who can kind of understand it, and but currently the market is calming down. It went really crazy there. Well, when the COVID's first locked down, there was about 60 days of dead silence, and we're all wondering what's going on. And of course, we're not supposed to go to the office, and we put up plastic screens everywhere and wore masks. And after about 60 days, it turned over, and then it just went.
Yeah, I know. People
bizarre. I mean, it was, in my mind, and I told people we're in price discovery. We know what the comparable sales are. We know that it's moving up, so we ought to price it up a little ways above there. But we have no idea in the world what this pool of buyers is willing to pay. And we were literally in price discovery. You'd run a flag up and see who showed up.
Well, that was, people were buying property sight unseen from various places. I knew about that. But also, I would like to get your opinion on this. There's been kind of a hangover effect where folks, like a neighbor, sold their house in close proximity to COVID at this very high, maybe overpriced amount, and now they're putting up their property for sale and thinking that the market is still like that and that their house is of the same value. I've seen that.
You know, I don't believe there's any real indication, maybe in a couple of the narrow markets where it's gone down at all. It's certainly calmed down. Inventory's going up. Of course, interest rates were wild and wildly low, and they went up, and everybody clutched their chest, although they're still below the 100-year average. So a lot of people at this point are saying, well, I'll wait till the interest rates go back down. And if they're thinking it's going to be 2.3 again very soon, they're going to be
very old.
It's in my mind, it's very important to buy real estate and wait, and not wait to buy real estate.
You bet. I answer friends of mine who've asked the question now with all the online real estate websites and apps and all those things. What's the advantage? Why have a real estate agent? Isn't this going to be all automated some days? And since I've gotten into the business, I realize I don't think so. I mean, they're just way too many switches.
I've been hearing that. When I started, John, you won't hardly believe it, but I had one-page contracts with 2 carbon. They weren't quite scratching it in rocks.
Yeah.
But
almost.
The files were certainly much thinner then.
Yeah.
And it's always going to be, you're about out of business. Yeah. The human interaction is the part that's most. It's like, all this online lending is going to put the banks out of business. Well, maybe in Sun City, Arizona, you can get an online loan. In Sheridan, Wyoming, it's almost impossible because we don't have the comparable sales. Every property's different, and they're miles apart. It's not like I say, Sun City, where they've got 5,000 homes within a mile radius, and they're either Plan A or Plan B, or they have a new bathroom or they don't. Our properties are vastly different. Acreages, construction, whatever. So you can chase one of those online loans right up to the end, and then they won't close.
Well, there's people out there listening that are going to say, I give Roger a call, or Bags, and get some information about that and find out, what's out there, what's listed, what's going to list. And that's one of the advantages, too, of working with a local real estate agent. We hear things, and we may know of things coming up and coming on the market before they ever make it to Zillow or realestate.com or any of those other places. But for us, if you want to get a hold of us, you can certainly go to the century21bhj.com website, and we do list. We have our homes on the market right now are listed there. Also, you can see and find a mortgage calculator and current mortgage rates, lots of information, and you can get Roger's number. Is there an email address somebody could hit you up? Is it Roger at?
It's roger.stclair at c21bhj.com.
That's what it is. It's Roger dot Saint, so it's St. Clair, Clair.
No E.
No E.
Yes.
at c21bhj.com, or just call Century 21 here in Sheridan at 307-672-5838. Or is it 3858? 5838. One of those two.
5838.
All right. Tell you what, you can text me right here in my studio, 307-278-9598. 307-278-9598. And I will get you in touch with anybody and everyone. Are there still, opportunities in Wyoming to get a big chunk of land if you don't want people bothering you and you want a little seclusion?
Currently, the inventory is kind of loaded up. We've got some beautiful ranches around Sheridan, from small, medium, large, price-wise, acreage-wise, beautiful ranches located right at the foot of the Bighorn, out by Bighorn and west of Sheridan. There's a lot of opportunities statewide. The urgency of a lot of these buyers.
We're going to run here just a second. We're just about out of time. But again, those numbers that I gave you, or just contact me here, and we can walk you through what's available right now, land-wise. My buddy, Roger St. Clair, thanks, pal. Appreciate
you bet,
it.
John. Thank you.
I love having you.
Hope everybody has a great weekend.
I'll drag you back on here, but stay tuned. We're going to talk about Robert Redford's passing in some of the movies, and I want to know what your favorite is. We'll be back here on Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags. It's 9 o'clock.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily Newsroom, I'm Wendy Kaur. Hunters found separated human bones scattered in a remote area near the Sweetwater Guard Station campground earlier this month. The Sublette County Sheriff's Office told Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland that the office responded to the area for a report of human remains discovered by hunters, along with a tent and personal items that appeared to have been in the area for about 5 years.
They know more than they're saying, because they say they found an ID card, but they haven't positively confirmed the identity. What that means is anyone's guess, but they are asking for information from anyone who found bones or personal effects in that area in the past 5 years. And they think that a man essentially died or otherwise ended up there 5 years ago.
The Sublette County Sheriff's Office urges anyone who's visited the Sweetwater Gap area in recent years and possibly encountered bones, camping equipment, or other personal items to contact them. As communities in Wyoming debate whether to allow spent fuel storage as the state's nuclear industry is growing, state legislators on Wednesday heard about how Canada has handled its dilemma of where to put its nuclear waste. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that at a Council of State Governments West conference hosted at Snow King Resort in Jackson Wednesday, Wyoming legislators were among those learning about how Canada was able to identify a nuclear waste site. That's in stark contrast to the United States, which has never successfully identified a location for permanent storage.
All the issues that are facing Western lawmakers are distilled down and experts are presented, and it's a time for legislators to kind of go to school. So no surprise that when it's hosted in Wyoming, they start talking about nuclear waste, because that is certainly top of mind with a lot of legislators in Wyoming as the nuclear industry seeks to expand in Wyoming.
Whether or not Wyoming should allow more nuclear waste to be stored in the state continues to divide towns from Rock Springs to Bar None to Gillette. A couple who own remote vacation rental property in the Crandall area of Park County say they haven't had issues with bears for more than 2 decades. But that streak ended last week when a grizzly came onto their property 2 nights in a row. Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports that on the first night, the bear apparently clawed a little bit at their yurt with guests inside. On the second night, the bear came back for more.
She said they take all the usual precautions. They keep the place clean. They don't do anything dumb that's going to attract bears. And it's paid off. For 24 years, they've had virtually no trouble with bears. Well, last week, a grizzly showed up. It showed up one night when there were people in the yurt and kind of snuffed around the yurt and swatted at it. It seems they found some small claw marks on the outside of the yurt that night. That was the last night the guests were scheduled to stay, and so they left. The night after that, the grizzly came back and really ripped off the whole side of the yurt.
The property owner says they've made repairs to the yurt and will keep it as a vacation rental. The Wyoming Game and Fish Department confirmed that it had trapped and euthanized a bear in the area. I'll be back with more news right after this.
Wyoming families face big challenges and big opportunities. That's why Wyoming Family Alliance is hosting the 4th annual Wyoming Family Policy Summit on September 26th and 27th in Cheyenne. The summit opens Friday night with a gala featuring Congresswoman Harriet Hagman. On Saturday, state and national policy leaders will address pressing family issues such as parental rights, DEI in schools, and more. Reserve your seat today at wyomingfamily.org. That's wyomingfamily.org.
Well, Jay Richard, Wyoming's Pumpkin King, won't be bringing a 2,000-pound pumpkin to the 2025 Wyoming State Championship Weigh-Off and Pumpkin Drop in early October. But his colleague, Chad Kurtenbach, who's growing a pumpkin in his backyard in Lovell, just might. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reports that Richard, Kurtenbach, and other growers from several states will be bringing giant gourds and the cream of their crop to Worland on October 4th. That will put some weight behind the reputations of the region's biggest and best growers of the season.
Jay Richard has grown some tremendously large pumpkins throughout his career. He has a custom-built greenhouse for growing his pumpkins with temperature control, irrigation systems, but he's had a bad year. Meanwhile, his friend in Lovell has been growing a pumpkin in his backyard, and it's reaching 2,000 pounds. It could cross the 2,000-pound mark before the Wyoming State Championship Weigh-Off and Pumpkin Drop on the 4th of October.
Wyoming's state record for a pumpkin, 2,062 pounds, was set in 2023 by Andy Corbin of Cheyenne. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by clicking on the daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Wendy Core for Cowboy State Daily.
Hey, good morning and welcome back to Cowboy State Daily Radio. Saturday, September 20th, John Baggett, your buddy Bags. And I've got an interesting topic here this next hour. Interesting to me. I think it will be for you too. But first, quick look at the weather here. Wyoming's weather, mostly sunny with some clouds today and a chance for rain in a few areas. Highs from the low 70s to low 80s and lows from the low 40s to mid-50s. And right now here in Sheridan, Wyoming, at 57 degrees, sunny skies. Waylon and I, come on over here, Waylon. You want to be part of the show. All right, let's go into the Zoom room. I'm excited about this next little segment because, first of all, rest in peace, Robert Redford. I'll say that. I got to fix something here real quick here. My photo is about 1/4 of the size of yours. So let me fix that real quick here. This is me doing a little bit of technical. Yeah, there we go. It's all working out. How are you, Jackie? Jack, if you'll give me 1 second here, I've got a issue with our sound from yours. You don't have your mute on, do you, by chance?
Here I was talking away and I had my mute button on.
Ah.
I muted it during the news
I thought
that I wouldn't say anything.
That's
No, here you were looking all serious and it was just so simple. It was that mute button.
Yeah, well,
I was talking
I was
chipmunks,
scrambling
holly-
around. It wouldn't be news to anybody that it would have been at my end. So that's what I was looking for when I was wandering around here. But I can hear you now. Hi, Jackie, Dorothy.
Hello.
Thanks for joining me this morning. And as I was leading into what motivated me for this hour is Robert Redford passed away. Everybody knew that. It's just been such a troublesome couple of weeks. And in there somewhere, somebody that I was a very, very big fan of passed away. What day was that? Do you remember? I know your article came out on the 16th.
Tuesday. It was that day. It was that morning that he passed away, Tuesday morning.
Well, on that day that you mentioned, and again, whatever you said before, I could see your lips moving, but I couldn't hear you, and neither could our audience. So if it was good, we're going to make you say it again.
For myself, it was great.
Was it? I bet. Okay, but anyway.
Oh, it was. It was brilliant, and I can't repeat it because it was one of those times when you're just like, wow.
Yeah, I'm killing it here. I'm killing it. Well, that's happened to me, and then the wife, the door flings open, and it's the wife. Your mic isn't on, and that's happened to me at this end. So anyway, okay. So
gotta pay attention.
I don't remember if it was that day or the day after when I read your article. Let me get a little sip here. I'm in my fourth hour here on Saturday, and by this time I'm hitting the Ricolas and the coffee and something wet because it's a lot of yapping.
I imagine. I think I would be adding some flavor to my coffee at this point, just to keep going.
Because it's almost happy hour. Is that what you mean? I'm joking.
Well, somewhere, right? That's the famous saying these days.
Better behaved now than I used to be. And here, I just wanted to, I don't know if you could see it, but Waylon is here. I'm co-hosting at this end. Yeah, you probably can't because you're in the Zoom room, but our audience can, the ones that are streaming. And those that are not, that are listening, if you ever want to see if I reference something on the screen for the streaming audience, we archive all of our shows at cowboystatedaily.com. So you can go back and pull it up and check it out, and you can copy the link and send it to friends. Hey, check it out. Jackie Dorothy was on and she was talking and nobody could hear her. It's pretty funny. They could share the link. I'm just kidding. So anyway, at some point here, I got to transition a little bit more serious and show a little respect because Robert Redford passed away. I read your article. I believe it was the next day. And that's when I decided.
It was the day I wrote it.
Oh, you wrote it, but the next day is when I read it. And that is when I decided I'm going to reach out to her. It was so well written. I recommend that you, if you haven't read it, go to cowboystatedaily.com. And as I said, all of our stuff, including the written columns, are archived. So you can look it up. It's on September 16th. So do read it. Because easily you could write pretty much anything related to entertainment and Hollywood and come up with something to say about Robert Redford, right? But you did a cool angle on it. Robert Redford, he liked us. He liked that Western lifestyle. He kind of was into the Wyoming outlaw history. And you touch on that in your article, didn't you?
Yes, that was the fun part. I had known that Robert Redford had come through Thermopolis and come through Wyoming. I had done some work with the museum previously, and it was kind of a point of pride to us that we were able to say Robert Redford wanted to buy the bar, and we told him no. Star power or not, we're going to keep our piece of history. However, there was a bar that resembled the bar in the museum that was in shambles. It was in pieces. It was in storage. It was destined for the junk pile. And he went and rescued that. He paid $8,000 for it, hauled it over to his place in Sundance on a back of a U-Haul, and he put it back together. But he still wanted that hole-in-the-wall bar. So what he did then is he hired one of our photographers. That was the fun part.
Yeah, and again, you describe that too. But the other part that caught my attention was his, and you're right about it, his fascination with kind of the outlaw history of Wyoming, which there's plenty of. What did you find out as you started doing your research?
Well, I knew that there was this article that he wrote for the National Geographic. And like Bill Sniffen said, at the time, that was the magazine in 1976. 30 million copies going out. And what he did is he rode the Outlaw Trail. He didn't even do the whole thing, but it was 600 miles, and part of it took him right through Wyoming. And he met like a KC Cowboy and all these different characters from Wyoming and described what it was like. My favorite quote that he did was when he stopped in Atlantic City outside of Lander, and he was standing out there and they had camped. And he said, you can almost feel the history and feel these people that went before. And he talked about his fascination. So not only did he portray it on the big screen, but he lived it. He came here, whether or not you agree with his politics or his personal views, what I wanted to focus on was his love of Wyoming history.
Yeah. And you did a wonderful job. I'm going to take a break a little bit early here, but when we get back, I want to get a little bit about you because we have a staff of writers. Don't tell everybody I said this, but I am so impressed with the team that Jimmy Orr put together. Remember, Jimmy and I go way back. We did rock and roll radio together in the mid-'80s. And so here he is doing this with Cowboy State Daily. I know we've recently hit the 98,000 plus subscriber number. That is so impressive. I'm so very proud of him. But I do share a lot what you and other members of our team post. So I'm a little bit curious about you and how you ended up here with us at Cowboy State Daily, but also as a reporter / writer. All right, when we come back after this break here on Cowboy State Daily Radio, you're with your buddy Bags, John Baggett, and his guest in the Zoom room, Jackie Dorothy. We'll be back in a flash. Stay tuned.
From Yellowstone to Devil's Tower, the Bighorn Mountains to the Teton Range, Cheyenne to Sheridan, Rawlins to Ralston, Cowboy State Daily Morning Show covers the state like no other radio show or podcast. We love Lovell. We're eager to share the stories of Story, Will Crow About Crowheart, and Yodel Over Yoder. Whether you make your home in Sweetwater, Chugwater, Powder River, or Green River, the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show will make you feel right at home. Jeffrey City, Atlantic City, we see you. Little America, Big Piney, you're on our radar. Howdy, Wapiti, Meeteetse, Shoshone, Ten Sleep, good morning, welcome, Torrington, Riverton, Wheatland, Lusk, Lingle, Lander, Timber, Casey, Kerwin, Moorcroft, Mountain View, Moose, Fort Bridger, Fort Laramie, Fort Washington, Hannah, Hudson, Hewlett, Dayton, Daniel, and DuBois. We are east of Weston, west of Midwest, north of Newcastle, and south of Sundance. Border to border, we love Wyoming and every one of its communities, bar none.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Meet Norm. He lives with anxiety, but with the help of this latest innovation from Be Normal, he can be normal, just like everyone else. With the swipe of a finger, you can project happiness, confidence, machismo. Why settle for being real when you can be normal? The Normal Maker, new from Be Normal. This item doesn't really work because there's no such thing as normal. We're all different. What we like, how our brains work. In fact, 1 in 5 of us live with mental illness. Don't filter who you are. Start by talking to someone you trust. And remember, there is no normal.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
Love is a lesson that doesn't end. It knows no conditions, so you better buckle in. Love keeps you on your toes. It never stops, only grows. Love isn't easy. It's a commitment, especially when they're being their most resistant. Love is being prepared for the journey ahead. Love doesn't let any concerns go unsaid. Love is finding the right seat so you can take a breath. But remember, love isn't lax. It always double checks. Check that your kids are in the right seat at nhtsa.gov/the right seat. Love protects.
Hey, welcome back to Cowboy State Daily Radio on a Saturday, September 20th with your buddy Bags. It's 9:20. Thanks for tuning in, and thanks for joining me on one of my favorite topics of late. Although, respectfully, I say rest in peace to Robert Redford. And by the way, I've put up the call-in text number for you if you want to text me your favorite Robert Redford movie, okay? 307-278-9598. 307-278-9598. Would love to hear what you think. I'm going to share what I think here, so you might as well. So, okay, so back to the Zoom room, and Jackie Dorothy is one of our writers. She's a reporter with Cowboy State Daily. And I wanted to get a little background on you, Jackie, and where are you from? What's hometown for you?
Well, it depends on what day it is. Currently, I live between Shoshone and Thermopolis, and that's where I've lived for the last, 15, 20 years. My parents, I like to say they were gypsies. They would, instead of going on vacation, we would pack up and move. But my dad is from Wyoming, and his family has been here since the 1870s.
Wow.
And my mom and him met in Casper, and she grew up in Alaska. Her parents homesteaded there in the 1940s.
Wow.
Had a kind of eclectic childhood, but Dad kept getting drawn back to, he's a tribal, he's Arapaho, and he kept just getting drawn back to the tribe and the Wind River Reservation, so he kept coming back.
Gotcha.
And that's where all my family has actually landed, which is kind of ironic.
So did you go to school in Shoshone or Thermopolis? Where did you go to school?
Again, traveling all over. I went to Riverton for first and second grade, and then Salcha, Alaska for most of my elementary years. And then we were homeschooled during high school years because we were traveling around too much really to settle down.
Well, we probably have some friends in common then, especially at Riverton. We have some very good friends. I'll do that offline in case they're wanted or something.
They could be. I was going to ask you where you did your radio. You said you did it in the 80s.
Oh, yeah. Well, that was when I met Jimmy. That was in Cheyenne. But I started right here in Sheridan, Wyoming in it was just about 1981. It was December 6th, 1980. And I remember it quite well because my first day on the air was December 6th. On December 8th, that's when John Lennon was shot. So I know, and every time that anniversary comes, I remember when I first started. So it was part of an internship program. I was going to Sheridan College at the time. At that time, they did have a communications department. But Kim Love gave me an opportunity, in a small town. And it really wasn't, I don't think I was serious about it until Bob Beck, who, Bob, he was the news guy. Him and I are the same age, started our radio careers at the same time at the same station at KROE. He was the one that went to Laramie first and stayed forever. He called me up and said, "Hey, Bags, we got a midday and a production job and all this, and if you're serious about it, you got to get down here." Well, that's when I left. That was 84, and I was in Laramie for a few years, and then over to Cheyenne for a couple more, and of course I met Miss Wright, Deborah, in Laramie, and then she was the one that got the job in Denver in 88, and then we got married in 88. And so I was chasing her when I went to Denver and ended up there for 32 years. So that's how, but in between there was Jimmy and I. J.O. on the radio is how we referred to him. And him and I did all the goofy wannabe shock jock stuff together. I don't know if I've shown you the pictures, but I have some. Deb was taking pictures at the time of him and I on stage looking ridiculous. So, but it's good to have that in your back pocket when, the boss, Jimmy Orr, starts giving you a hard time. You say, "I've got some leverage here." So anyway, you ended up, you went to school in the Shoshone, Thermop, Riverton area. No?
So what happened is that I came back. My parents were living in Riverton taking care of my grandma. And so I came home about 2003 to Wyoming and went to CWC, Central Wyoming College. And I went through the communication department or communication program they had there. And that's when I got into radio, 2003. So I know a lot of the people you're talking about. I worked with a lot of them. They trained me up. Here in Riverton, it was Ernie Over and Wade Worth and Johnny. And so I worked for KTRZ. So mine is KTRZ 93 in Sunny.
Yes.
Yes,
I did not know you had a big radio background. That's great. I think that now we can relate to each other a little bit because you're a writer, and I don't have that experience. And so at which point, as far as broadcast, I got journalism and some legitimacy there.
You could blame Ernie and the other DJs. They did not want to cover the school board. So one of my first assignments, I was a weekend DJ. It was right when tracking started. I mean, it was brand new. We were moving from reel to reel to the digital.
Yeah.
And so I would show up at 4 a.m. on the weekends and then do the whole track for the day. But they didn't want to cover the news because school board meetings, oh my gosh, that became my beat. I went to the college ones and I went to the school board and started doing the news stories, and they started showing me how to do it. And then I went through the program, took some classes from Dale Smith or Odie as his name was, and just went from there. But I've always loved writing. I've always kind of trained myself. And I spent a year as a teenager practicing just dialogue. I mean, I was kind of that nerd but I just love telling stories. So I've worked in all the mediums because at the same time as working as a DJ, I'm working with Ruby Calvert and those over at Wyoming PBS. Right. And I was their intern and worked my way up to producer. And
so you knew Bob.
Yeah. Yes, I met him during that time too, and I've done a little bit with him as well. And then from there, I went to News 13 and was worked there for about 2 years as a photog in the Fremont County Bureau. And then I kind of got out of journalism for about a decade and worked for the tribe as the marketing director for the casino and for the tribe itself. So that kind of brings it out. That's where my background is.
Gotcha. And so how long have you been with Cowboy State Daily?
Just over a year. July marked my year. And I'm actually going to be one of their freelancers. So it's like Jimmy told me, write as much as you want or as less as you want. And I just love writing the features. Over time, what's happened is that I've kind of moved into doing the features in the history. Because during all of this, working full time, I also got a full ride scholarship to the University of Wyoming. And that was right when everything was going online and you could get a bachelor's through the TV. I mean, it was brand new.
Well, congratulations on that. And so, there's some legitimacy here with some experience. And I love that you come from a radio background. So, again, that's excellent. So let me get back to our topic here. Again, my favorite Robert Redford movie, and I've invited folks. I'm going to look in here, see if anybody has so far sent their favorite Robert Redford movie of all time. Mine is Jeremiah Johnson. So when he passed away, that's why this is all connected. The next day after reading your article, Deb said, well, let's watch a Robert Redford movie. What do you want to see? And so we just put, in the Fubo, you just put in Robert Redford, they all popped up. Immediately I went to Jeremiah Johnson. Although I love so many of his movies, that's my favorite. And so there's a segment in your article about the movie Jeremiah Johnson and why you think, or we think together, it was such a wonderful movie.
And that actually, Andrew, one of our other reporters, he covered that one so well at the anniversary. He's there in Cody, and I've visited the grave myself. And to know that Robert Redford pitched in not only by being there and adding his star power, but financially. And I think that's how seriously he took these roles that he did. Yes. In fact, I told you I had a funny story, is that one of our family friends owned the liquor store in Thermopolis, and his dad was running it. It was Curtin's Liquor. And Robert Redford showed up and he was lost. So where do you go for directions? You go to the liquor store, right? That's where everybody goes. So it's in the 60s, and he drives up in his sports car and goes out, asks for directions, and his dad tells him where to go. And it wasn't until he got back in the car and is driving off that he sees the California license plate and realizes that he had just spoke to Robert Redford.
Well,
but that is what his appearance was in Wyoming.
Absolutely. Well, the thing is, I mean, so even, how do I say this artfully? The dude, it was brutally handsome. Brutally. I don't care where you sit on the spectrum one way or the other, but yeah, even dudes, some badass dudes would say, yeah, okay, Robert Redford, there's, okay.
The real deal.
Yeah, the real deal. There's only a few. I mean, we know who they are. But he was one of them. So even I was thinking the guy behind the counter, whoever that was it your grandpa or?
It was a family friend.
Okay. Yeah. Go, holy crap. Look at that guy.
Gotta have family friends that own liquor stores, right?
Yeah, you bet. That's the Wyoming way. But anyway, so Deb and I chose the movie Jeremiah Johnson, and I think the movie was ahead of its time. Because if you look at some of the other movies of that era, how do I say this? Because there's some great movies. I mean, that's when, The Godfather, the first two Godfathers came out, was in that time frame. So there's great movies, but there's other movies in that era that just weren't very realistic. There was still that sense as you got into the early 70s, like stage acting versus I don't even know what they call it.
Immersion, I would call it.
Immersion. Thank you.
Right.
That's what I
really get into the role, you become that person. That was, I think, a whole way of acting for so many people. And you could tell the actors that would actually go out, live that life. And that's what Curtins actually said, is that he was here preparing for his role. So what better way to do it than go to Wyoming and just soak in the culture, soak in the area. And I think that's why he was such a great actor.
And you write that this was the beginning of his fascination with the Western lifestyle. Wyoming in particular was coming out here, researching, and then immersion in that role.
Absolutely. And that's, you're talking about your favorite. Mine was Sundance Kid, Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. I mean, there was a lot, as I got into the outlaw history and kind of discovered what it was. Like the Sundance Kid and Butch Cassidy weren't best friends. Butch Cassidy's friend was Elza Lay, but that doesn't sound so good, Butch Cassidy and Elza Lay. But it's so Hollywood does take a little bit of liberties. But I remember watching that movie and just liking the chemistry that there was there and feeling like it was Wyoming. And I think that's what I love. Is one of the lesser known facts is like Wyatt Earp actually, after his outlaw days in Tombstone, went to Hollywood and served as a what's that called, a fact checker, and gave him background. So that's why a lot of those early cowboy movies, the early westerns, were actually very factual, because you had people that actually lived the life saying, this is how it was, here's what happened.
You bet. And so that's yours is Butch Cassidy. This is one of my favorites too, as well. As I said, it's really hard to narrow down. And I've invited our audience. Right now I have just displayed a couple of images with both Paul Newman and Robert Redford. I mean, again, there's a couple of ugly dudes working together, so I mean
when you read the history, that's actually when they met.
Yeah. And
on that set is that they said, I want Paul Newman, and he didn't have the star power at that time.
No.
But he got the job, and that started a whole new legacy.
Well, and so you just rambled off a couple. The other one too later, and this was one of those sneaky ones, because Jeremiah Johnson and Butch Cassidy, the Sundance Kid, would not be in the chick flick category, but Electric Horseman would, right? And so that's one of those where it's time to concede, and it's Deb's turn, and it's chick flick time, and I'm hoping at times that it would be that one, because I love that movie. And Horse Whisperer is another one that could be, because it's a big time love stories in those. And of course so many, and the women just swooned in his presence. But again, we're back to the Western lifestyle, the horses involved, and he just kept being drawn to that. And that's what I like about it, and what, frankly, with him passing, that we're going to miss his influence on westerns in movie making.
Absolutely. I mean, you even look at where he passed away was at his home in Utah.
Yep.
He was here in the West. He was experiencing it. We'll forgive him that he was in Utah and not Wyoming, but he did bring some Wyoming history over there. And what I was alluding to earlier is that not only did he resurrect one of the bars from Thermopolis, you did a picture of the hole in the wall bar, but he also went through, because he couldn't get the actual hole in the wall bar, he wanted that piece of history. He had a photographer take pictures, and then he sent it to Europe and had a whole new one made. And so if he couldn't have the real history, he'd actually have part of that history and still bring it to life.
Do you put A River Runs Through It in that Western category? I kind of do.
I would, yes.
It's not a cowboy movie, but it is Western. And those of us who do fly fish and are passionate about it, I don't think there's a better movie about fishing other than Jaws.
Yes, Jaws is the all-time best, right?
Other than Jaws is
A River Runs
Through It. That movie is, I gasp at how wonderful. And of course, he was so involved in all the production and directing and all these things. He had so many layers to him.
Really, honestly, that's one of the things too to remember. We're the cowboy state, we're the equality state, and we are the state for everyone who just wants to be outdoors.
Yeah.
And I mean, living here in Thermopolis, we live right by the big wind, the Wind River, the Bighorns, where they meld together. But it's all about fly fishing. It's world class, and that's part of our culture as well. I mean, when we talk about the outlaws, we talk about the colorful part of it. We can't forget the miners that helped found this area, the businessmen. I mean, you think about our banks and just the rich history Wyoming has. It does go beyond the outlaws, and I think that that's what's so cool about Robert Redford is he went beyond.
Yes.
He did have a fascination. He admitted it. He was fascinated by these rugged individuals, yet he still did movies like A River Runs Through It.
Well, and how about Brad Pitt and Robert Redford? Like that. I mean, come on, Hollywood. There was no mercy there. But yeah, that combination. It was like the Paul Newman thing with these two guys. They made a great team. I thought that we would see more of. Was Brad Pitt in the movie Sneakers? There was another movie that he was in with Robert Redford, I think. I don't know, but
you'll have to Google it.
Yeah.
And then Google it now and look really intelligent. Say, "Oh, I remembered."
Oh yeah. Well, that's funny. I could do that right here, but I'd rather talk to you about about River Runs Through It and that the way they teamed up, him and Brad Pitt, and it just opened the door to the world of fly fishing. And the way they did it with so much artistic camera angles, and I don't remember if it was slow motion, but they would show, a trout coming up and hitting the fly from angles. I mean, somebody really decided, okay, the whole world's going to know what we already knew out here, that fly fishing is incredibly interesting, number one, and for me, and probably a lot of others, it's therapy.
It's funny you bring that up because I have talked to a lot of fishermen that talk about the difference between fly fishing and just the cast and reel.
I like all.
But I grew, I had a sister, she discovered the fly fishing, and so she got me into doing a little bit of it. And it is just peaceful, and there's just something artistic about that flick, and there's so much practice and skill that you have to get it right.
Well, and that it takes focus and concentration, and what I get from it is just it takes my mind off of everything else. Unlike some people who can multitask, I can't. I'm not a multitasker.
I used to be able to, but not anymore.
Yeah.
But it does put you in the moment.
In the moment.
And that is so important, especially in today's world. We need to be present. We need to learn how to focus. And then you can take that back into your everyday life and be able to focus on what is right in front of you rather than be scattered and thinking about all the other stuff going on.
Exactly. And that's what my therapist would have said right there. But
anyway. And I give you this for free.
Yes, thank you. All right. Well, we're going to do our last break. And when we get back, I want to talk about some of the other ones. I can't even call them obscure. I'll say less popular to me movies. And maybe we'll get a couple of our listeners to text in some of their favorites too. But yeah, his legacy is vast. His portfolio of movies, incredible, award-winning, Oscar-winning, and again, it did leave an impression on me when he passed away, especially with everything else that was going on between 9/11 and Charlie Kirk and the shootings at the elementary school. Well, and then it was Robert Redford passed away, and it kind of slipped through the cracks a little bit. and I wasn't going to let it, because he entertained me so much, and he was such a talent that I decided I was going to do and spend some time on it today. So we'll come back and talk some more about favorites. Again, what's your favorite Robert Redford movie? At 307-278-9598, and text that number. You can leave a voice message, but I probably won't get to it till after the show. So go ahead and text 307-278-9598 in the Zoom room on Cowboy State Daily Radio on a Saturday. That's Jackie Dorothy joining me. We'll be back after this on Cowboy State Radio. Thanks for joining us.
Wyoming is a big state. There are so many stories to tell, and here at Cowboy State Daily, we pride ourselves in bringing those stories to you every day. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the experienced journalists who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you their stories. Tune in to Cowboy State Daily Video News every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
The climate that we're operating under has everyone on the defensive.
You see a person and you automatically put them in a box and say, well, this is what this person should be like.
All of this ostracizing people, what are we afraid of?
We're called to love one another. It can't be, I reject you as a person.
This country's been through so much. Its people has been through so much. Why can't we fix this?
Do we have issues we have to deal with? Yes, we do. But we're not going to be able to deal with them if we're fighting and yelling at each other and not listening.
Yeah, she has an accent. Oh, gosh, she dressed funny. But we're talking the same thing. We're all concerned about our children, concerned about the world we live in.
A lot of people wouldn't even think we should be here talking to each other, but I'm sorry, I disagree.
Year after year, we continue to serve.
Hey, welcome back to Cowboy State Daily Radio. Just displaying a few pictures, photos here about Robert Redford in memoriam. Yeah, he was special. Horse whisperer. Yeah. Well, I did get a text from Adam. Didn't say where he was. But Adam mentioned all the president's men. Yeah, we'd be remiss. That one probably had some big-time impact. I'm an old man, old enough to remember the only time in American history that a sitting United States president resigned from office. I am not a crook. That's my Richard Nixon impression. And at the time, it was shocking, okay? And then a few years later, the movie All the President's Men come out. And up to that point, we had heard a little bit about Deep Throat and the plumbers, right? The plumbers that broke into the rooms at the Watergate Hotel. Forever in our national lexicon, Watergate, right? And so that movie came out, and I agree with Adam. That is a great movie. Probably took some, what do you call it, artistic license a little bit with what really happened, but that's what Hollywood does. But you can't not talk about Robert Redford and not mention All the President's Men with Dustin Hoffman.
It's funny. This is where I'll age myself, is where I heard about Watergate and everything was through Tom Hanks with Forrest Gump when he uncovered it. Remember, he called in, hey, there's people keeping me awake.
Exactly.
Talk about aging ourselves, right?
We talk about, current and within recent history about the crazy things that happen and come out of Washington, D.C. And then you realize that, remember, Richard Nixon won by a landslide. He was very popular, and then America collectively said, no one is above the law. And wow, stuff today. But then you think about what the message was in 1975. Is that when all the president's men and Nixon resigned in 70?
I was born. I'm going to be 50, so it's 50 years old. There you go.
Yeah, well, so I was in junior high when it happened, and the president resigned, and then the years later, not too long after that, is when all the president's men came out, and they really did, again, assuming there's some artistic license there, kind of explain what happened.
And I think that is where it puts it into that view, is that, just like I was saying with Butch and Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, that catapulted him into the limelight, but it also shared enough of the truth where people were curious about it. And to this day, we get visitors to Thermopolis looking for the Butch Cassidy hideouts and following his trail. And it's because of that movie. Otherwise, I don't think Butch Cassidy would have been anyone else, just another outlaw in the hole-in-the-wall game here.
Well, there was a movie, I think it came out in the early 80s. And I'm not saying it's one of my favorite movies. In fact, it's bothersome to me, is the movie Ordinary People. Have you seen that movie?
I haven't. And when you're done, I'm going to tell you one of my other favorites with his later years.
Gotcha. The reason I mentioned Ordinary People is because it was very much low key. His character, it is a heartbreaking movie, and that's all I'm going to say, because now it's your homework assignment to watch.
I'm trying to think, as soon as you said heartbreaking, I was just thinking about different ones. But what I want to say is, again, this kind of ages me, but having a small child, one of my favorite movies at the time was Pete's Dragon.
Oh, I forgot about that. That didn't even make my list.
And it should, because he did such a great job with that movie. I mean, we watched it over and over. And it wasn't until I think the second or third time that I even realized that old man was Robert Redford.
Yeah.
Showed his capability of acting.
Every time a poll comes out, what are the best all-time greatest sports movies? Every time The Natural makes that list. Now, it's not one of my favorites. Here, I'll tell you why. It's kind of stupid, my reason for it. It's a good movie, but some people have really elevated it right up there. Just for example, my favorite sports movie of all time is Rudy. Okay, just so you know. But anyway, the Natural is always up there at the top for many people, and it is a very good movie, obviously. But the reason I wasn't, because Robert Redford, he was a normal-sized dude. He was. And I've been around athletes a lot in my life. I worked for the Broncos radio network in Denver for many years, and I got to go in the locker rooms, and then for the Rockies and the Broncos, and originally with the Nuggets too, early in my career. So I know what those guys look like up close. Even the small guys are big, and if they're not tall, they're no neck, and they're big and they're strong. And it was Robert Redford, supposedly, was this great, bless you, superstar Major League Baseball player. And I just thought, he's not even filling out his Jersey. That was my problem with it.
That does make sense because there's been some movies that I love, but I'm like, they don't match what the book character really is. It's hard to believe a 4-foot guy, for instance, playing a 6-foot. It doesn't work.
Everybody has their, favorites and reasons that, man, like I said, a lot of people, they talk about Forrest Gump. I wasn't nearly as big a fan of it because they just went too far with the things that he was accomplishing. And so, it's a great movie.
Smiley face.
Yeah, the ping pong got me because I love ping pong. And anyway, so I don't want to get too crazy without mentioning another favorite of mine that I don't think makes a lot of folks' favorite Robert Redford movie list, and that's Brubaker. Do you remember Brubaker?
I might have watched it, but I don't remember.
Okay, so he is a prison commandant. What do you call a prison? The head of a prison, and he ends up coming. He's supposed to be warden. Thank you. He's comes in. He's supposed to be a reform warden, and he's reforming this prison. Has a really, really bad reputation, and he comes in. I still think it's one of his most underrated. It'll make my list. It's probably something I'll be watching in the next few days. I already mentioned it to Deb, which was, of course, that's when I got the Horse Whisperer and those back at me. But Brubaker, I think, is one. Again, if you're writing these down for your homework assignment, I would highly recommend Brubaker. He plays a character that, in my mind, it seems realistic that I could see that the state and whatever the politics were, where they decided they were going to clean up this prison, and so they send in this reform person, and it's Robert Redford is that character, and it's disturbing. I mean, it's a disturbing but super well acted movie. So Brubaker is one. But I want to get back to, before we get too far, because we only got about 6 minutes ago, I want to get back to some of his Westerns and some of the characters that were in those movies. The Will Greer character in Jeremiah Johnson, that to me, again, is just the genius of that movie, is that not only was Robert Redford's character fantastic, but so was characters like Will Greer's character. I can't remember what they called him. The guy that always said, I hunt grizz. I like grizz.
That's going to have to be another of my homework assignments. But lately I have been starting to read more about our mountain men history. And I remember, even Grizzly Adams is what was popular when I was a kid. And so I will definitely be adding that, because the mountain men, I think they deserve to be recognized. And I think that's what's so cool about Robert Redford. He went from the Outlaws and then went 40 years before that to Jeremiah Johnson. And it's a mouthful, by the way, to say his whole name. I dare you to try. Jeremiah Liver Eating Johnson.
That's right.
It's fast.
That's exactly right. That's what his name was. And then you had mentioned earlier about his grave and it being in or near Cody.
The part that I didn't add, and you'll have to go back and read Andrew's story for the whole story of it, is that when they reburied him, they were so determined that Montana wasn't going to come and dig him up and drag his body off, that they put cement on top of his grave so they couldn't get to him.
Is that right? Where is that grave in Cody? Because Deb and I will be there
on
Tuesday.
Go to Old Town. It's right there. And even if Old Town is closed, you can get to the cemetery. Hop the fence, maybe.
Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. So,
Cockrell, it's easy. But you have some historic figures that were actually buried there, and there he is.
Okay, I've got another text here. Let me open this up real quick. Bear with me for just...
While you're doing that, one of the ones I'm adding to my list is the Old Man and the Gun. We talk about Robert Redford loving the outlaws. Here he is 70 years old, and this movie came out, and he was portraying an old outlaw that went back on a spree because he escaped from San Quentin. I want to watch that one.
You bet.
An outlaw.
All right, so Leslie, and hers is, oh yeah, okay. There, it's a little rude calling it chick flick, but everybody knows what I mean when I say. But Out of Africa, and have you seen that one?
I have.
Okay.
It's been a few years, but I remember that one.
Yeah, that's one of my wife's favorite. I'd be willing to watch that one again too. It's another one like Jeremiah Johnson, that the vistas, the scenery is so incredible and well done. It seems like anything that Robert Redford was in, that it just was a special effort of the texture of the movie, and the visuals were so important. Absolutely, Out of Africa would be one that I would agree with, Leslie. And in fact, I will watch that, and I will get credit for watching a chick flick too, because it is one. It's another love story. Before we go completely off, there is mention in your article. Again, I remind folks, you called it was Wyoming remembers Robert Redford for his love of the Wild West. Is your article in Cowboy State Daily. It's archived there, so you can go to cowboystatedaily.com and read it and see what I saw in it in order to make this. But very quickly, we should mention his impact that includes the Sundance Institute and the film festival.
Yes, and that is so fun, is that I know that we've had several Wyoming filmmakers heading that way even this year that have gone showcase their movies and catapulted them into the big time. And I think that that's what's so cool about Robert Redford, is that his legacy did not end on the big screen. Not only did he ride the outlaw trail, but he made it so that other people, other movie makers that were being ignored, had a place to go and be seen.
The Wyoming Film Festival will be here in Sheridan, October 2nd through the 5th. You're invited. Everyone's invited to Sheridan for that, exactly what you're saying, that there's a legacy and a new effort to have more movies being made in Wyoming, and I think that's a great idea. And of course, I feel very likely there'll be some sort of tribute to Robert Redford. Again, I don't have in front of me, I was just looking for it, where exactly that is, but Google it, the Wyoming Film Festival in Sheridan, October 2nd through the 5th, and make plans to come on over and check it out. And that invitation goes out to you too, Jackie. I appreciate it. So did we ever get your favorite? We only have about 10 seconds here.
Well, I would say Pete's Dragon.
Pete's Dragon. All right. Well, thank you very much. And thanks to everybody for joining us here on Cowboy State Daily Radio with your buddy Bags. I'll be back next week. Come and join us. Thanks again for tuning in. Take care.
Thank you.